من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله صلى الله عليه وعلى آله وأصحابه ومن تمسك بهديه واقتفى بأثره إلى يوم الدين. أما بعد. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. All praises for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for giving me the honor to be the very first to initiate the knowledge base online virtual course to be undertaken here at Abu Huraira Center. So I praise Allah for making me the first to be able to do that, and also with such a paramount topic, such a comprehensive topic of such great importance. And that topic is Tariqu Tadween al-Hadith. Tariqu Tadween al-Hadith. The history of the compilation of Hadith. The history of the compilation of Hadith. Others, they may say, for example, an introduction to the conservation of Hadith, as we have in this work. Others may say, for example, as we just put up simply, quickly, the compilation of the Sunnah. The compilation of the Sunnah. However it is worded, this is here, maybe 21 lectures that I did a while back on the entire topic with regards to the one basic concept, and that is how the hadiths of the Prophet ﷺ were conserved, were preserved, were recorded, were written down, were categorized, were classified. What was the evolution of the books of the Sunnah? Where did they start? How did they begin? And why? And what we get from that as Muslims in 2018, as students of knowledge, advanced, beginner, intermediate, as scholars, what do you learn? What do you benefit from this on a daily basis? With regards to being a simple basic Muslim, with regards to being a talib ilm, with regards to being an expert, with regards to studying in a ma'had, online, in person, traditional studies, etc. What we're going to use today, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, and throughout the course, is a book that says Tadween as-Sunnah an-Nabawiyyah. Tadween as-Sunnah an-Nabawiyyah. Nash'atuhu wa tatawwuruhu من القرن الأول إلى نهاية القرن الرابع الهجري. It says تدوين السنة النبوية. The tadween, which we're going to explain what that term and what that word means. The tadween of the prophetic sunnah. نشأته وتطوره. Its nash'ah, its development, its beginning. How it started off. Where did it come from? And its tatawwur, its evolution. How do we get such advanced books, complex works, synthesized, coming from the crude, raw, original foundation? The evolution of a thing. How a thing changed and turned and developed and grew and expanded. And this will be discussed bi'idhnillahi ta'ala min al-qarn al-awwal, from the 1st century, i.e. of the Hijrah, to the end of the 9th century of the Hijrah. Not the 10th century, not before the Prophet Muhammed, but from the Qarn al-Awwal, the 1st century, to the end of the 9th century of the Hijrah. That is our timeline. That's our timeline. This work that we have with us is a book that I was fortunate enough to have studied and completed in the College of Hadith, the Faculty of Hadith and Islamic Studies in the Islamic University of Medina. The author, his name is Dr. Muhammad Ibn Muneer al-Zahrani, al-Ustadh al-Musharak, Kulliyat al-Hadith bil-Jami'a al-Islamiyyah bil-Madinah al-Munawwarah. Dr. Muhammad Ibn Muneer al-Zahrani is the author of this book. And as we said before, there are many other authors, many other students, many other mashayikh who wrote books on the topic in English and in Arabic. In English and in Arabic. Rather, I've purchased books in Urdu. Books that were in Arabic that originally came from Urdu in Medina, on the topic. And I'm sure you'll find many other languages as well. Farsi, Swahili. I'm sure you'll find many other languages in which people wrote on the subject as well. So that is going to be our course, bi'idhnillahi subhanahu wa ta'ala. So today is Saturday, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, Allah gives us life. Tomorrow is Sunday. It's only 2 classes. Approximately 5 to 6 hours we'll have of study time. 4 to 6 hours for the first module. So taking all of these different centuries, 8 to 9, 10 centuries of history, names, books, dates, facts, pieces, information, categories, is impossible to do in 2 days. Even if you crashed it, it's just impossible. It's too much information. So obviously we are going to cover only the introduction and the very wee beginning, the peak, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, of this topic. The next course, and Allah knows best, will most likely be done online, virtually, inshallah ta'ala. Whereas, I don't want to have you waiting for the next class, the next module, because of my inability to come back to Ontario within a certain period of time. Khairan, inshallah. So hopefully everyone is clear on this, inshallah, what we're going to be studying. The main source from which we're going to be studying. There are many side references, videos, books, articles, reviews that bi'idhnillah, hopefully I will share with you in the end of this class, or hopefully tomorrow, for your own personal reference, for your own further reading, further studies, bi'idhnillah ta'ala. But this is the main piece of material that we'll be using ourselves, inshallah. Obviously, we'll try to make an exam for evaluation and to encourage the students of knowledge to continue to tread the path of excellence. Nothing more than that. Getting good grades is the purpose of evaluation. You can sit in a class. It doesn't mean that you've understood everything in the class. You can sit with a scholar for 20 years. It doesn't mean that you've understood properly. The only way that you can know that is through evaluation. So in evaluating you, testing you, prove to me that you've understood what I've given you. This is the first purpose and wisdom of an exam and of formal studies. Number 2 is for encouragement, tashji', to encourage the people to continue to tread the path of excellence. Bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, you're sincere, you're hardworking, you're consistent. And from, as the Prophet ﷺ said, tilka ajilu bushra al-mu'min, or tilka bushra al-mu'min al-ajila. He says that's the benefit that you get in this life. That is the hurried, expiated reward that you get of the dunya. Straight A's, imtiyaz, sharaf, ula, things like this. It doesn't mean that's everything, but as a means of pushing you, encouraging you to remain upon this path and to seek more, bi'idhnillahi subhanahu wa ta'ala. Khairan, inshallah. So with that being said, that is our source. You see, the book was originally made in 1996. We're in 2018, so it's many years ago. So here we have the introduction of the author, in which he speaks about the early generations and centuries of the Muslims, what happened. He talks about the people of Hadith. We really don't have a lot of time to read all of that in detail. The author, he says, وَبَعْدْ فهذه نبذ يسيرة من جهود تلك الأجيال المتعاقبة من سلفنا الصالح المذكور وصفهم آنفا الذين بذلوا كل جهد وكل غال ونفيس في سبيل خدمة السنة المطهرة وحفظها وتدوينها ونقلها إلى الأمة. He says these are just a few small pieces, a brief glimpse into those different centuries, those generations of our righteous ancestors. Those Muslims who gave everything that they had. They didn't hold back anything of value, of importance, except that they let it go and they forgot about it for the sake of serving the Prophetic Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, the prophetic Sunnah, and giving it to this nation. جمعت هذه النبذة من مصادر شتى وألفت بينها مع شيء يسير من التعليق والربط والتعريف بتلك الجهود وذلك خلال قيامي بتدريس مادة تدوين السنة النبوية عبر عصوره المختلفة لطلبة السنة الأولى بكلية الحديث بالجامعة الإسلامية بالمدينة المنورة أو بالمدينة النبوية، حيث ألفيت موضوعات منهج هذه المادة لا يجمعها أو أكثر كتاب ليكون موافقا إلى آخر كلامه. He then talks about how he wrote the book and how he compiled the book and gathered the book from several different sources. And the reason being that was he was placed in charge of teaching this subject for freshman students at the Islamic University of Medina and the College of Hadith. Khairan, inshallah. Before we go forward, brothers and sisters, as we previously said, it is critically important for the student of knowledge to always read the introduction to the book. Every book that you buy, you must read the introduction. You must read the table of contents. You must read the index. And at least sporadically open up the book on a random page and just take a fa'idah. Every single book in your library, you must have read, bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, the table of contents, the index, and also the introduction. I had a teacher, one of the most senior teachers in Islamic University in Medina in the College of Hadith. He said to us, when people come over my house and they see my library, and they say, you have all of these books, have you read all of them? The Shaykh will say, Naam, qara'tuha, I've read all of them. So someone say, you're lying. There's no way that you've read all of these books. There's not enough time. He says, I've read each and every one of these books. He says, i.e., there isn't a book on my shelf, except that I've read its introduction, except that I've perused through its table of contents, and except that I have a general idea, at least, of the contents and the style of the book. So in actuality, I've read each and every one of these books, because I know what it's about. When I need to pick this book up, I need this reference, I need to find something, then I go back to it specifically. Many of us, we buy books, and we just put it on the shelf. And that's why we're always against bookshelves being clean and pretty, decorative and flowery. Bookshelves should be messy. Sahih Bukhari should be fading. The book should be read. They should be used. And if you don't have the time or you don't have the need to read every single book from cover to cover, at least the introduction and at least the table of contents and at least have a general idea of what the book is about. That way, at the time of need, you can refer back to it quickly. Everybody clear on this? So, is this book written from scratch? The author is clearly telling us no. He says, I took from here, I took from here, I took from there, I put it together. He says, بِشَيْءٍ مِنَ التَّعْلِيقِ وَالرَّبْطِ. He says, commentary, myself, which I actually wrote. And then rabt, connecting and tying. Everybody understand this? And this is one of the ways of authoring a book. And the reason behind the book, he says the book is for the layman Muslim? Clearly not. The book is for the average Muslim? Clearly not. The book is for the scholar Muslim? Clearly not. He wrote the book for a specific class of people. And they were the students of the College of Hadith in their first year of study. Everybody understand this? To show that we're not going to read every single harf in this book. We're not going to take everything from this book. This is nothing more than our platform, our springboard. Everybody understand this? So you can't become mistaken and deceived and tricked by a book thinking that it's for someone and in actuality it's for another type of people because you didn't read the introduction. I know the introduction as if I know the book. Everybody understand this? As if I know the what? The entire book. Everybody understand this? I haven't read the introduction. I'm totally ignorant of the book. The title says one thing, I don't know what's inside of it. The quality of the work, etc. So we automatically benefit and learn that this book has some type of quality to it for the sheer fact that he did what? We read the introduction. How do we know that the book is of general quality? How do we know this? From what point specifically I'm asking? هذا هو, from all the different classical sources. Is the book 101% good quality? We don't know that, but we know for sure it's of a general what? Quality, because he just didn't make it up. Everybody understand this? And there are many, many other benefits that you get from reading the introduction of every single book that you buy. Students of knowledge, please take this down. When you read a book, when you buy a book, read its introduction and read its table of contents. If that's the only time that you have. Khairan, inshallah, moving forward. The author, he then says, وضمنته خمسة أبواب تحت كل باب عدة فصول وَقَسَّمْتُ كُلَّ فَصْلٍ إِلَى عِدَّةِ فَقَرَاتٍ. He says the book has 5 chapters. 5 chapters. And under each chapter there are several sections. And every section has several points. وَقَدْ بَدَأْتُهُ بِتَمْهِيدٍ شَرَحْتُ فِيهِ مَعْنَى جُمْلَةَ تَدْوِينِ السُّنَّةِ ثم جعلت الباب الأول في بيان مكانة السنة في الإسلام وعناية السلف بها. He says the very first chapter of the book is the status of the Sunnah in Islam. The status of the Sunnah in Islam. I.e., why spend your time and your energy to learn about this unless it's something that is extremely important, extremely virtuous, an integral part of your religion, your faith, your ibadah, your deen, is the Prophet ﷺ Sunnah. And this here is considered to be the foundation of the whole entire course. This helps you understand Islam. Everybody understand this? This helps you understand what Islam is, and especially in 2018, what Islam isn't. Because Islam is under attack. And there are many people who claim to know Islam. This is Islam. As he said, I've heard different things regarding mortgage. Some say it's haram, some say it's halal. How do I know? How do I distinguish? It's extremely important to know what Islam is and what Islam is not. So the status of the Sunnah in Islam. He says, وَعِنَايَةُ السَّلَفِ بِهَا, and how the pious predecessors looked after the Sunnah. How they took care of the Sunnah. There are people who come and they say today, Hadith was never important in Islam. This is an innovation, something that's made up by Imam Muhammad ibn Idris Shafi'i. When he came along, he was the one who fought for the Sunnah and made it important and gave it its worth and its value. Read this, it's a reality. People say this. That Shafi'i was the one, he made the Sunnah of status in Usul al-Fiqh. And before that, the Muslims never ever cared about the Sunnah. So Abu Bakr as-Siddiq radiallahu anhu, when he was on his deathbed, and he was speaking to his daughter Aisha, and he was telling her what he had previously offered to give her of wealth. And he says, now the money is what? Inheritance. Split it up according to the book of Allah. According to the what? The book of Allah. Abu Bakr himself is saying that the rules of inheritance are only based off of the book of Allah. I.e., no Sunnah. In the time of Abu Bakr, the Sunnah wasn't important at all. Everybody understand this? The Prophet himself is quoted to have said, كُلُّ شَرْطٍ لَيْسَ فِي كِتَابِ اللَّهِ فَهُوَ بَاطِلٌ. Each and every stipulation for a contract, a marriage contract, you can't get married to a second wife if you marry me. You can't take me outside of my city. You can't force me to wear the niqab. A condition at the time of marriage. The hadith says every condition that isn't in the book of Allah is false. It's batil. When kanat mi'at shart, even if there are hundreds of them. So the Prophet himself is clearly saying that if the condition isn't found where? In the where? Book of Allah. And he never ever said his Sunnah. In this example, in this hadith, in this statement. So therefore this all proves that the Sunnah was never ever important in the time of the early Muslims. The author he's going to prove and he's going to state the exact what? Opposite. That's false. That is scientific error. Everybody understand this or not? And we're bringing up these doubts to show you that it is a reality among Muslims, let alone those who hate Islam. Everybody clear on this or not? The hadith clearly says, لَيْسَتْ فِي كِتَابِ اللَّهِ. Just like the qadr. Allah, He doesn't mention the qadr about آمن الرسول بما أنزل إليه من ربه والمؤمنون كل آمن بالله وملائكته إلى آخر الآيات. And Allah never says والقدر. So they say this proof that the qadr is false. Because Allah mentions the other pillars of Iman and He never ever mentions what? The qadr with that. Everybody understand this? The hadith clearly says, not in the book of Allah. Abu Bakr told Aisha, he says, upon the what? The book of Allah. Everybody clear on this? So he's going to prove 2 things in this first chapter. 2 things. Number 1, that the Sunnah is important. And it has a tremendous value and a very lofty status. Number 2, is that the early Muslims, not the later Muslims, before Shafi'i, they themselves gave a great deal of importance and focus and emphasis to the what? To the Sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ. Everybody understand this? Moving forward. He says 3 sections in chapter number 1. وفيه ثلاثة فصول. الفصل الأول ما جاء في التسوية بين حكم كتاب الله عز وجل حكم سنة رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم، وذكرت فيه ما جاء في ذلك من الكتاب والسنة وأقوال السلف. He says the first is that the ruling of Allah, the book of Allah, is equal to the ruling of the sunnah of the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. If I ask you the question, is the Qur'an equal, or is the hadith equal to the Qur'an? What would you say? Yes, it is. Would everyone say this? You wouldn't say that. What's superior? Qur'an. Why? Why is the sunnah inferior? So the sunnah is not from Allah? It is or it isn't? So what makes the Qur'an superior according to what you said? Anybody can answer. It's the direct speech of Allah. What about Hadith Qudsi? كلكم ضال إلا من فضل. It's the same. The sunnah is from Allah Azza wa Jal. طيب. He doesn't speak from his desires except for wahyun yuha. Okay, anybody else? Al-Muhim, the author is going to discuss this issue. Are they equal, or is one superior to another? I won't give you the answer right now. Hopefully it will come in a class, and hopefully you'll do your own research as well as students of knowledge. Now, moving forward, he says, and in this section I mentioned what's mentioned in Allah's book, the Qur'an itself, what's mentioned in the prophetic hadiths, and what the pious predecessors said and did regarding this issue, the ruling of Allah and the ruling of His Messenger being equal or unequal. Moving forward, وَالْفَصْلُ الثَّانِي عِنَايَةُ السَّلَفِ بِالسُّنَّةِ. He says here how the pious predecessors looked after the sunnah. So this is beginning the foundation of the conservation of the sunnah. أولا عناية الصحابة بالسنة. Number one is the time of the companions. What did they do to preserve hadith, to preserve the sunnah, to compile it? Did they memorize it? Did they write it down? Did they act upon it? Did they travel from one country to another? Did they ask questions about it? Everybody understand this? They were the founding fathers. The what? Founding fathers. وثانيا عناية التابعين ومن بعدهم بها. Number two, the tabi'een, the students of the companions, and how they took the baton and carried on and furthered the efforts of their predecessors. Everybody understand this? What they did to take care of the sunnah. وثالثا الرحلة في طلب الحديث. Number three is how they traveled to seek hadiths. These are all considered to be, you want to write these things down, these are three building blocks of the first, second, third century. Without these 3 points, there would be no Sahih Bukhari, there would be no Muwatta Malik. Everybody understand this? This is the foundation right here. طيب. وأما الفصل الثالث فقد تحدثت فيه عن موقف أصحاب الأهواء والفرق من حجية السنة. قسمته إلى 3 فقرات. As far as the third section, then I spoke on the exact opposite. Not the righteous, pious Muslims in the Sunnah, but the people who were from Ahlul Qibla, those who said, La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah, what was their position? What did they do? How did they act? How did they behave with the Sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ? Did they say it was equal to the Qur'an? Did they even say that you take rulings from the Sunnah with regards to buying and selling, marriage, divorce, child custody, inheritance? The Ahkam, the Hujjah, was the Sunnah of legal authority to these people or not? And he says in the 3 subsections or subcategories under the Al-Ula, عن الذين يردون السنة مطلقا. The first are those who absolutely reject the Sunnah. And inshallah, this is the first class, brothers and sisters. Maybe in the next class or in the next module, we will have this, bid'inai ta'ala, will present to you the chart. The actual chart. Right now, this is the groundbreaking right now, the actual chart, to make it even easier. Okay? So, if you were asked on the exam, what were the different types of positions and behaviors towards the Sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam? One group Those who did what? Mutlaqan. Who made absolute rejection of the sunnah. The sunnah has no worth, no weight, no value. Period. Ahad, mutawatir, akhbar, aqad, wala shay. فهمنا هذا? That's number one. Number two. عن الذين يردون خبر الأحاد, are those who were a bit more savvy. And they said, we won't reject all hadiths, but we'll reject certain hadiths. If a hadith doesn't reach a certain number of reporters, if it isn't passed down in a specific way or manner, then we now have the liberty of rejecting it. But if a hadith reaches a certain level of numbers, it comes in a way, then we don't reject it. They're not as bad as the what? Mutlaqan, the first group. Everybody understand this? Number three, عن الذين يردون الزيادة على النص, those who say we accept hadiths. In the early generations we're talking now, we accept hadiths. However, nothing that goes against or nothing goes beyond the Qur'an. We take the hadith that goes in what? Parallel with the Qur'an. Allah Azza wa Jal, He says, حُرِّمَتْ عَلَيْكُمْ أُمَّهَاتُكُمْ. He says, unlawful to you are your what? Your mothers. And then Allah says what? Akmilu. What does Allah say in this verse about the maharim, the women that you can't marry? He starts with something and he what? He ends with something. Is a woman's aunt mentioned in this ayah? وَأَن تَجْمَعُوا بَيْنَ الْأُخْتَيْنِ إِلَّا مَا قَدْ سَلَفَ وَأُمَّهَاتُكُمْ. Allah says, and for you to marry two sisters at the same time, except for that which was what? Previous. I was married to a sister, we got separated. Later on, I married her sister. But them at the same time, what? No. So the Qur'an doesn't mention a woman and her aunt. Can a man be married? You have polygyny. A man is married to a woman, sister fulana, and he's also married to sister fulana's aunt. Is that permissible or not? Why isn't it permissible? The Qur'an doesn't mention it. So this last group, that was their position. The hadith that clearly say you can't marry two sisters at the same time, they will accept that hadith. Khabar ahad or mutawatir. But the hadith that says, Nah Nabi sallallahu an yajma ar-rajulu bayna al-mar'ati wa ammatiha, to marry a woman and her aunt at the same time, they say what? They reject that. Why? Because it's what? Ziyada. It's extra, according to what's in the what? The text. Everybody understand this or not? This also shows us the importance of history and how you can't understand today unless you understand yesterday. Everybody understand this? Why are there deviant sects among the Muslims? Ahlul Bid'ah among the Muslims? Did they just pop out of thin air? No. They have a history as well. Everybody understand this? The type of theological, aqlani type of school, rational type of school, modernist, progressive movement of Islam. They have what? They have predecessors. They have what? They have predecessors. Everybody clear on this or not? So they said anything that goes above the Qur'an, we won't what? Accept. And that's just an example. Everybody understand this or not? Allah talks about the different animals and the foods that you can and cannot eat. And certain things in the Sunnah are extra there and aren't mentioned in the Qur'an. They say you can eat those things because they aren't mentioned where? In the Qur'an. But they don't reject hadith absolutely. Everybody understand this or not? Right, moving forward. The next section, he says here, وتحدثت في الباب الثاني عن تدوين السنة في القرنين الأول والثاني حيث قسمته إلى فصلين. As far as the second bab, the second chapter of the book, then he talks about the compilation of the Sunnah in the first and in the second generation. Now we're actually getting into a timeline now. Clear on this? The first generation in the what? The first generation beginning when? And ending when? Ending when? This is very important now. What makes a qarn? You say 100 years. What makes a qarn? 100 years. Tayyib. Who else says anything other than 100 years? So in other words, based off of what you said, from the Prophet ﷺ's hijrah to 100 years, anyone who lives after 100 years is no longer from the Qarn al-Awwal? Everybody understand the question or not? What makes a generation? Is it a lifetime or is it time? Let's start like this. I have two classes, right? Two classes of sisters classes. One is a senior, one is a junior. One is older, one came later on. So in the first class, I have 7 sisters. In the second class, I say I have 6 sisters. All right? Their ages differ. Some are older than others. Some of them may live longer than others, may die before others. Nah? But I said that my first generation of students are who? How do I determine who's first generation and second generation? Age or what? Not the time, no. The what? The class. So all of the Sahaba, mathalan, are a qarn. And once all the Sahaba are gone, the Tabi'een are another qarn. That's one way of looking at it. Another way of looking at it, I believe maybe he's praying in the wrong direction. Fayib. Another way of looking at it is what? Is by actually using what? Time. Everybody clear this or not? What's important is you can't understand this unless you understand that. And it's a fact that we've said many times before. There are many aspects in the Sharia that you cannot understand unless you have understanding of other things outside of the Sharia. You have to know about geography. You have to know about astronomy. You have to know about science and physics. You have to know about math to understand the Qur'an and the Sunnah. Everybody clear this or not? When does a person become of age in Islam? Puberty. What's puberty? When does puberty begin? It differs from person to person. A person has one sign of puberty doesn't mean they're totally what? When does it begin? Everybody understand this? How does a woman know that she's pregnant? How do you determine the direction of the Qibla? Unless you know something about the stars, the direction. Everybody understand this or not? How do you weigh your zakah? Unless you have knowledge of what? How do you know when he says the yasfar, yahmar, yaswad? Hadith says you can't sell fruit until yaswad, until it becomes black. What's meant by that? You have to have knowledge of agriculture. Everybody understand this? Many aspects of the Sharia cannot be understood except if you have knowledge of the what? Other sciences that are secular. That are what? Secular. Everybody clear this or not? How do you know when the zakat is due? How do you know when the fruit is ripe? Unless you have knowledge of what? Everybody clear this? So what makes a generation or a century? What makes it 100 years or a class of people? Everybody understand this issue? We're not going to necessarily give the answer right now. Everyone with me or not? Everybody with me? Khairan inshallah. Number 2, the author then says, حيث قسمت إلى فصلين الأول التدوين في القرن الأول وقد أثبت فيه بالأدلة والبراهين أن التدوين قد بدأت بداياته الأولى في زمن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم ثم ذكرت جهود الصحابة ثم التابعين بمختلف طبقاتهم في التدوين في هذا القرن. He then said, the 2 sections of chapter 2 are number 1, proving and establishing that hadiths were written down in the time of the Prophet ﷺ. That there was tadween. Tadween, which we're going to explain. There was tadween in the what century? The 1st century. Was every single hadith written down and recorded? Did we have finely tuned, refined books? Completely no. He says, but the foundation of the infrastructure was what? Laid down in the what century? The 1st century. One of the biggest doubts that is used against Islam and the Muslims today is that the Prophet's words weren't written down except for 250 years after his life. 250 years after Muhammad died, the people began to write down his statements. So how can we determine what's genuine and what is spurious? How can we determine what's authentic and what is inauthentic? 250 years later, anything could have been said about Muhammad. So therefore all the hadiths are now what? False. Kulluha. They're all fabricated. So if you accept that premise, then you accept that what? That conclusion. And if you say, no, I don't accept that premise, rather I believe or I've studied with scientific proof and evidence is that hadiths were written down in the time of the 1st century. Everybody clear on this or not? And the only way that you can prove this is through examples. Through what? Live examples. Moving forward. He then goes on to mention what the Tabi'een did, what the Sahaba did, with regards to writing down hadiths as well. والثاني التدوين في القرن الثاني الهجري وفيه أشرت إلى تطور التدوين في هذا القرن وذكرت قائمة بأسماء أشهر المصنفين في هذا العصر ثم درست نموذجا مما ألف في هذا القرن دراسة موجزة وهذا النموذج هو موطأ الإمام مالك رحمه الله. Section number 2 of chapter 2 is how hadiths were written down, how they were compiled, how they were conserved in the 2nd century of the Hijrah. The what? The 2nd century, no longer the 1st century. And he says, I went on to mention the differences between the 1st and the 2nd century. There was a leap. There were leaps. There was evolution. The 1st century were hadiths written down or not, based off what we read? Briefly, this is just the introduction. The 2nd century were hadiths written down and compiled or not? But the writing in the 2nd century was different than the 1st century. Everybody understand this? It was a difference. There were leaps, steps that were taken. Everybody clear on this? There was an advancement, an evolution, tatawwur. Everybody clear on this or not? He then says, and I went on to mention the names of the most popular writers of hadith in the 2nd century. Not all of them, but the most popular. And from them, the example that we'll mention is that of Imam Malik. Imam Malik's book is considered to be one of the earliest works of hadith that were written and survived to this current day. We'll explain later on, inshallah ta'ala, the fork in the road between the Orientalists and orthodox study of hadith is that the previous books of the scholars of Islam, such as Waqi' ibn al-Jarrah, for example, or Abdullah ibn al-Mubarak, for example, or Sufyan al-Thawri, for example. We agree with these people, and when we say Orientalists, we're talking about Western scholars, specifically European scholars, that went from the West to the East. Whether it was Hungary, whether it was Germany, whether it was Spain, Portugal, Scotland, Great Britain. The word Orientalist or Orientalism is the study of the Orient. And we know in the English language that the Orient means the land of the rising sun. The land of the rising sun, Ash-Sharq, the East. Everybody clear on this? Once more, you cannot have a proper and thorough understanding of Islam, let alone hadith, let alone Islam today, unless you have some basic understanding of history, of what happened in history. And a historical fact is that there were many people who explored. They went from the European continent, or Europe itself, and they went to the East. And we're not talking about Eastern Europe, such as Russia, but we're talking about the Middle East, the Far East. And many of these explorers, or some of them were conquerors, men of state, military men, doctors, etc. They were fascinated with the sciences of the East. They were fascinated, such as Egypt, Egyptology, the pyramids. Everybody understand this? Okay? The Tibetan monks. And the list goes on and on and on of the wonders of the East. So they had a keen interest in the religions and the art, the languages, the science, the exploration of Eastern people. Ash-Sharq, coming from the Gharb. Everybody clear on this? Hungary is in the where? It's in the west. It's Eastern Europe, but it's compared to Tibet, it's in the west. Compared to Arabia, it's in the west. Germany to Syria is what? West to east. Everybody understand this? So they were very interested and fascinated in the sciences of these Eastern people, whether they were Buddhists, Taoists, Shamanists, Muslim, Jew, whatever the case may be. And they studied their languages, their sciences, their cultures. Things were stolen, things were borrowed, things were taken back to Europe. This is a historical fact. The Crusades, everybody understands, it's a historical fact. Before and after. So afterwards, the people, they began to get a special interest in the religion of the Mohammedans, the Muslims, the Muslims, specifically among other people of the East. Everybody understand this? And they studied the Qur'an, they studied the Arabic language, they studied Arabic poetry, naam? And among the Muslims or the Mohammedans, the things which interested them the most was what? Hadith science. Was what? Hadith science. Everybody can understand. Was what? Well, Hadith science. Everybody understand this or not? So therefore, they begin to study the words of this man named Muhammad and his disciples, his companions, and the different scholars who specialize in studying hadiths. And some of these Orientalists, they lived in Egypt, Palestine, Syria, Iraq, Mesopotamia, Persia, for many years. They studied, they learned Arabic, they took many aspects of the lifestyle, but they never were Muslim. And they went back to Europe with conclusions. They went back to Europe with clear reservations. Some of them were correct and accurate. Most of them were totally incorrect and inaccurate. And from the conclusions that they came up with is that Muhammad's words were not written down except for 250 years after his death. And before those early years, hadiths, words and statements of Muhammad were of no importance whatsoever. And most of the hadiths, if not all of them, are totally spurious and made up because of this faction, this political strife, Muawiyah, Ali, this dawla, that dawla, etc. Politics. Everybody understand this? And we have the different theological groups from among the Muslims. The hadith that says, the Prophet ﷺ is quoted to have said what? Speaking about when the companions thought that it was his farewell speech, he says what? أوصيكم بتقوى الله والسمع والطاعة وإن تأمر عليكم عبد. He says, I advise you to fear Allah. And I advise you to listen and to obey your ruler. Listen to and obey your ruler. Even if he's a slave. Even if he's a what? A slave, i.e. of low lineage, of low background, beneath peasantry. Everybody clear on this? He isn't noble. He isn't an aristocrat of high birth. Now, there's another aspect of history that's just as important, is the French Revolution. The French Revolution changed the dunya. It changed the entire world. Everybody understand this? The whole modern world was affected through the French Revolution, in which there was no more aristocrat being the leader. It was those who they put forth and voted and chose for the leader. Everybody understand this? Before that, it wasn't like that. There was nobility and then there was peasantry. Everybody clear on this? Let alone someone being a slave or a manumitted slave. That's another discussion. We're not here to talk about the history of France, but it's very important to understand that. So therefore, the hadith, it says, listen to your ruler, even if he's a slave. The absolute importance of obeying the ruler, even if he's of low lineage. So some Orientalists, they said this hadith is fabricated, it's made up. Who made up the hadith? Who did they say made the hadith up? The people who want political position. What are they? What are they called in light of others? Huh? Come on, try. We have factions. We have different groups. We have political groups. Nah, we're talking about way back when. What was the name of the group of Muslims who made it a slogan to go against the ruler and fight the ruler? Khawarij. So they say that the majority of the Muslims countered the Khawarij by fabricating a hadith, lying on the Prophet. Listen to the ruler 100%, even if he is a slave. So they say that there's no way that the Prophet said these words, but it's made up. Everybody understand this? So they went back to Europe with these conclusions. And then there isn't a Western university or college or scholarship in the West, except that it took from this putrid fountainhead, this foundation, the studies of Ignaz Goldziher. Ignaz Goldziher. He is considered to be the Ibn Taymiyyah of Orientalism. All of his students and disciples and pupils, they were fed from his initial travels to the Middle East. And these are some of his ideas. The hadiths were made up. They weren't recorded until 250 years afterwards. And most of them only suit political or theological purposes. Everybody understand this? They're totally made up. Al-a'immatu min Quraysh. Hadith says that the leaders of the Muslims should be Quraysh. They should be from Quraysh. They said this hadith was what? To support who? The people who wanted political power from Quraysh. to legitimize ourselves. We are the leaders and nobody else. Everybody understand this? And there are many other major erroneous facts. Or obviously it can't be a fact if it's erroneous. Supposed facts that trickled into the minds of the Muslims. And unfortunately, the last person on the product line is you. It's you, the layman Muslim, the student of knowledge in America. And you have different books in English in which they're not Orientalists, they're Muslims, but they have seeds of that what? Original study. Everybody clear on this or not? Everybody understand this? His groundbreaking research on Islam and Hadith. Why should we think? And this is no different than what the Muslims did. Why do I have to make ijtihad if Abu Hanifa made ijtihad? Am I going to be better than him? No. So just do what? Follow what Abu Hanifa said. Can I do better than the Shafi'i? No. So just do what? Follow what Imam Shafi'i said. And that's what the Western scholars did as well. How thorough, how accurate, was he partial or impartial? It doesn't matter. He was a great pioneer of study of the Orient. So they went with most of his what? Ideas about Hadith. Everybody understand this or not? Right, moving forward. He then says here, أما الباب الثالث فخصصته للكلام عن تدوين السنة في القرن الثالث الهجري الذي يعتبر أزهى عصور تدوين العلوم الإسلامية وعلوم السنة النبوية على وجه الخصوص. He says, as far as the third chapter, then it is pertaining to the compilation of hadith, the recording of hadith, the conservation of hadith in the 3rd century. He's finished the 1st century, he's finished the 2nd century, now he's talking about the what? The 3rd century of the Gregorian calendar? Of the Hijri calendar. Starting for what century? Or what date? Starting from 20... Not 2010, not 210, starting from 201. Going up to... وهكذا. So what Imam lived from that time period? Briefly, guys. What an Imam of Hadith that lived from 201 to 300? Who? Imam Bukhari. Or Imam Muslim. Or Imam Ahmed. Or Tirmidhi. Or Imam Abu Dawood. Or Ibn Majah. See why you know these names so well? Because this century was called the what? The Golden Century. The biggest, the greatest, most important books, the greatest steps of Hadith compilation was done in the 3rd century. Once more, the 3rd century was considered to be the most important century for Islamic scholarship in general. And Islamic scholarship being written down. Because the Muslims always had the knowledge of the heart. Medicine, genealogy, ancestry, poetry, different things like this, the arts. But now they started doing what? Writing it down. And not just writing it down, because century 1 and century 2 they wrote things down. But they started doing what now? Compiling. They started doing what now? Collecting, writing. They started doing what now? Compile, preserve, we mentioned. They started doing what now? No. They started doing what now? Authoring, ta'leef, making a specific book. They started organizing. They started putting it what? Finely tuned. Give me your notebook. Right now. What is this called? What is this process? These things that he wrote in his paper is called what? Ahsant. Who said that? Tadween. He's doing nothing but what? Writing it down. Is it the finished product? Is it the rough draft? Is it in order? Did he make a mistake? He did what? He wrote it down. And I also asked you, what did we speak about in the dars? He says, Tadween al-Sunnah, Muhammad Matar Zahrani, Fulan. He's memorized it, but he also did what? Wrote it down. This was in the 1st century. The 2nd century was the fork in the road. The 3rd century was the major destination. Your notes now became what? This book. In order. In organization. With the introduction. Refined. The crude oil was now what? Refined oil. Or fuel. Petroleum. Everybody understand this? Everybody understand this? So century number 1 and century number 2 was the gathering of what was already where? In the hearts. And split up. You live in Ottawa, you live in Toronto, you live in this city, you live in Montreal. So I travel to you to get what you got from the class. What did you hear him say? What did you hear him say? What did you hear him say? And then I put it in my notebook. And then afterwards, someone came after me and took my notebook and did what? Put it into a book. Everybody understand this? Everybody clear on this or not? This is in brief. This is just the introduction. We're just reading through the contents now. We're not actually studying and giving you the examples. And as we said, with the actual charts in English, the whole course is not going to be like this, guys, okay? Those who don't speak Arabic or read Arabic. This is just orientation. For you to wet your beaks, bidhnillahi ta'ala. Everybody clear on this or not? Well, everybody got this so far? The difference between jotting down things and doing what? Writing it and what? Authoring something. And then obviously in the 4th century, the 5th century, it did nothing but advance and even better. Breakdown, summarization, وهكذا. Everybody understand this or not? Right, Jazakallah khairan, ma'alish. Alright, let's move forward. He says all Islamic sciences, this was its flourishing period. He says Azha, the flourishing period of Islamic sciences being written down was in the 3rd century. And specifically the sciences of Hadith, Sunnah. Everybody clear on this? Moving forward. وقد جعلته في فصلين قدمت لهما بكلمة موجزة عن جهود علماء هذا القرن في تطوير التدوين وابتكارهم في طريقة التأليف وتنويعهم مجالات التصنيف. And then he goes on to talk about the sections in this part, about the introduction of the great, huge, gigantic efforts, the juggernaut efforts that the Muslim ulama took in this century. And writing down, compiling, and authoring. And the different diversity, or the diverse methods that they use in putting together books. Such as, who can answer this question? With regards to diversity in the 3rd century. The question is, he says that he talks about the great efforts of these ulama in the 3rd century, right? Everybody clear? And he also talks about how they begin to do what? No, we said that already. They begin to do what now? We said that already. Diversify, to mix up, to switch up their styles. And they didn't just keep recreating the same wheel. An example of this would be what? Who knows this? Now we need the genre. Ahsant, Musnad, a Jami' or a Mustadrak in the 3rd century. Mustadrak in the 3rd century. Sahih or no daif, Sunan or Musannaf. These are all genres of what? Hadith books that were written in the 3rd century. So they put forth a great deal of effort. They made a major leap in the 3rd century. And from the things that they did was what? They wrote different styles of hadith books. Everybody understand this? We're going to study that in detail in the proper time. Clear on this or not? Moving forward. Al-Fasl al-Awwal. He talks about the first section, and when she speaks about the Musnad genre, what is a Musnad? You read in an English book, and you don't even have to study hadith to be exposed to this. You could be reading a book on weeping from the fear of Allah. Weeping from the fear of Allah. Al-Buka'u min khashyatillah. You're reading a book in English on the weeping from the fear of Allah. And in the footnotes, it says, collected by Ahmed in his what? Musnad. What does that mean? Who's Ahmed? And what in the world is a Musnad? Everybody clear on this? That's a type of what? Hadith book. No longer compilation. Everybody understand this? That was authored in the 3rd century. Tayyib. And he goes on to speak about how he's going to talk about what makes a Musnad different from a Sunan. What makes a Musnad different from a Jami'. What makes a Musnad different from a Sahih. And who are the most popular scholars who wrote books on the Musnad genre, such as who? Imam Ahmed, without a question. How many hadiths found in Musnad Imam Ahmed? 3,000? May Allah have mercy on you. 20,000. May Allah have mercy on you. Not a million. Not 100,000 or 200. Not 10 million. Approximately, roughly 40,000. Some say 35,000, 37,000. That's a huge, huge book. That's a huge book. Over 30,000 hadiths. That was a gigantic leap. Everybody understand this? And the other scholars who wrote books on the Musnad genre. Moving forward, he says, وَالْفَصْلُ الثَّانِي, the second section, speaking about the 3rd century, فِيهِ دِرَاسَةٌ. He says, he speaks about كُتُبُ السِّتَّةِ. He talks about what? Al-Kutub what? As-Sitta. طيب. We'll get a little further down. He talks about the different centuries and the different types of books. That's all we're going to read from the introduction today. I don't want to do too much with the introduction. Inshallah, the next module or the next section we'll read more from the actual what? Introduction, not the book. We're going to finish the introduction, inshallah. You think I want to tell you something and not implement it? Sahih, I clearly said you have to read the what? Introduction. So, right, moving forward. We'll get back to that. This is the preface of the book, Tamheed. And after the Tamheed, the author goes on to speak on first chapter. What is the first chapter? We said the first chapter is pertaining to what? Nope. The status of the Sunnah. Makanat Sunnah. We said that the first chapter is on what? Makanat Sunnah. So how much time do we have before we break? 10 minutes, okay? Khair, inshallah. So we want to wrap up, guys. Questions from this session. Question number 1. Question number 1. What is the most important century in Islamic history with regards to Tarikhu Tadween al-Hadith? The history of the compilation of Hadith. No, it's not for me to ask you. Write it down. That's the first question. What is the most significant and important century for the compilation of Hadith? This is just for your own study. Number 2, question 2. What is the most popular book of Hadith from the 2nd century? Question number 3. What were the most important places and countries the early Muslims traveled to for the purpose of compiling Hadith? Question 4. What is the meaning of the word Sunnah? Linguistically and technically. Question 5. Mention the categories of Hadith rejectors among the early generations of the Muslims. Mention the categories of Hadith rejectors among the early centuries of the Muslims. How many categories were there? I'm not asking, just giving you how to write down the question. Udhkur Aqsam Munkir Sunnah. This is just 5 questions to get you in the general idea of how to summarize and how to condense. Everybody clear on this? This is not the actual exam, nor the actual study sheet. This is nothing more than a mental exercise. Alright, so before we stop, are there any questions based off of what we have mentioned? Are there any questions on the topic based off of what we have mentioned? Khairan, inshallah. We'll stop here. Jazakumullahu khairan. Sallallahu sallam wa barak ala abdihi wa rasulihi nabiyina Muhammad. We will finish after Salat al-Maghrib by the permission of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Sorry, brothers and sisters. Inshallah, so we have roughly 10 minutes or less to Assalamu alaikum. So as students of knowledge, you're supposed to be sitting ready before even the Shaykh sits down. Not wait till he comes in and then we sit down. So you're supposed to be fully ready before he even sits down, inshallah. So tfaddal, barakallahu feekum.
Sure. جزاكم الله خير. تفضل. You're good, don't worry. Inshallah. بارك الله فيك أخي كريم. شكرا. They're ready. Whenever they're ready. They ready with the camera? Bismillah. They ready? It's rolling. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah. Sallallahu sallam wa barak ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. Before we start with our second half, or second part of the first module, who can remind me of the most important benefits that we took? The most important things that we discussed. Fadal, Adam. We talked about 3 stages of, with regards to compilation of hadith. We read from the introduction of the book. We didn't get into the module. We didn't get into the English slideshow. We just read the introduction with regards to 3 stages regarding compilation of hadith, history of hadith compilation. The first of the 3 stages was what? The time of the Sahaba. Or even before then, you can say in the time of the Prophet ﷺ, with the Sahaba behaving with the, clear on that? Then afterwards came the time in which the Sahaba were alive, i.e. in history, a generation or a century or an era or a class is always going to do what? Overlap. It's always going to what? Overlap. You're alive and your father is also alive. Your father is a generation, correct? The son is also a what? But you coexist with each other. Is this not a correct? Is everyone understand this? So the Prophet ﷺ was alive, and also the Sahaba were there. When the Sahaba were alive, the Tabi'een were there. So the centuries or the generations always what? Overlap. Don't forget this. It's very important. That's very what? It's very important. This is also why, those who say that the timeline is based off of actual time, and not just class, but actual what? Time. 100 years, 200 years. Everybody understand this? As we explained. So we said in the time of the what? The companions. How many meanings does that have? Companion, prophet, companion, tabi. Everybody understand this? When Muhammad ﷺ was alive, that was the first stage and step of the what? Compilation of hadith. Everybody understand this? Did we get into what they did? How they did it? No, we just read the bulletin point, the point. When the Prophet ﷺ left, and the Prophet ﷺ, as we believe as Muslims, has passed away, and he was a human being. The Prophet ﷺ was a human being. He wasn't divine. He was not made from light. And the Prophet ﷺ, as Allah said, is a human being. Basharun mithlukum. I'm nothing but a human being like you are. Everybody understand this? So we believe Muhammad ﷺ was born. We believe that he lived. And we also believe that he what? Died. According to the Qur'an. And according to the Sahaba. Let alone according to the Prophet ﷺ's hadiths. That's the correct aqeedah with regards to the Prophet ﷺ. And someone who says that the Prophet is still alive, there lies no doubt that statement is extremely dangerous and extremely erroneous. That's not right. Clear on this. So, when the Sahaba were living with Muhammad ﷺ, that was the initial stage and step of the what? Compilation of hadith. What did the companions do? What were their methods? What was available? We didn't what? We didn't reach that yet. Tayyib. When the Prophet ﷺ passed away, alayhi salatu wasalam, then a new batch of Muslims came about. And they were called tabi'un. People that were Muslims but never met Muhammad ﷺ. The companions also played a role in the compilation of hadith. What they did, how they acted, what they wrote down, what they passed on, wa hakadha. So that's one generation that has how many tabs? 2. This is muhim jiddan to understand this. One generation has how many tabs? 2. Then the next generation also has how many? 2. The time of the tabi'een, in which all of the Sahaba were dead? No. Hey, well, most of them passed away. And the dominant force of Muslims were the tabi'een. Who were their students? Who were the Muslims that came to learn from them? They were the atba' tabi'een, the followers of the followers. The successors of the successors, the students of the tabi'een. Did they meet the Sahaba? No, they never met the Sahaba. Everybody clear on this? So they're atba' tabi'een. So the tabi'un, what did they do in interacting with the Sahaba? What did the tabi'un do in reacting with the atba' tabi'een? Then the next generation, the followers of the tabi'een, they had a what? Clear on this or not? It always overlaps. Clear on this? So we mentioned in brief, just 3 levels: the time of the Sahaba, the time of the Tabi'een, and then after that. Now, I'm telling you, what else did we mention briefly? Rihla fi talab al-hadith, which is a chapter in itself and a major discussion, and inshallah it's going to be a separate module by itself. Rihla fi talab al-hadith. Traveling to seek hadith. Where do you go? Where not to go? What to do? When are you allowed to go? What if your father and your mother says, no, you can't travel to go overseas and study hadith? That's an entire discussion by itself. And it is extremely important in the history of the compilation of the hadith. The traveling made it possible. Tayyib, khairan inshallah. What else did we mention briefly? We mentioned the importance of the sunnah, the status of the sunnah that we were going to discuss. I.e., from the things that we're going to study in detail is the what? The status of the sunnah. That the sunnah has a very high status in Islam. Every single Muslim is to know that and practice that. Now, tell you, what else did we mention briefly? Fadl Akhi. The different positions of the people towards the sunnah. I.e., everyone wasn't from the Sahaba or the Tabi'een or the Atba' the Tabi'een to listen, follow, record. It were other Muslims or people that said that they were Muslims, because that's a different issue of apostasy. Apostasy in a religion, when someone is no longer a Muslim because of something that they say or do or believe, or something that they're doubtful over. Those are the 4 reasons or ways of a Muslim, waliyadu billah, leaving the fold of Islam. Statement, action, belief, or doubt. Everybody clear on this? Our class right now is not on Aqidah, but it's important. There's either something that you state, that you say, I was joking, but you said it, you've left the fold of Islam. Unless you were coerced and forced to make that statement. Everybody understand this? Do you actually believe that in your heart? Doesn't matter. But you what? You said it. Everybody clear on this? Or if it's not a statement, then it's a what? An action. Something that you did, but you didn't verbally state. And you weren't forced to do it. According to the Qur'an and the Sunnah, that act is a major act of kufr. You have left the fold of Islam. Waliyadu billah. May Allah protect us from that. After action is a what? Something that you don't state. You don't talk about it. You don't tell nobody about it. You don't manifest it in your actions, but you actually believe it in your heart. Of kufr akbar. Everybody understand this? And that takes a person out the fold of Islam. Waliyadu billah. Last but not least is a shak. Kufr shak is doubt. Something that you don't state. You don't do. You don't even believe it. But you are doubtful about it. Is the hereafter real or not? The person says, we're speaking in a third person. The person who says, I'm not what? I'm not sure. It's real. I'm not sure. He says, my belief about Jannah has been shaken through science. Huh? The Prophet Muhammed, he talked about silk brocade. He talked about cauldrons of wine. He talked about fine maidens. He talked about this. He talked about that. These are Persian legends. Legends of Persia. The different travelers, they would talk and romanticize about this Firdaus. Firdaus, paradise. Same word. Firdaus is also paradise. That's where he got it from. There's no real thing as Jannah. No. That's just a trick that he used to get his followers to spend their wealth and to give their lives. You have 70 maidens. You have wine. You have honey. You have milk. You have silk brocades. This is the fantasies of the Persians. If a person says, I don't believe that, but I don't necessarily reject that either. I don't know. I don't know. I studied in college. I studied science. I'm not sure about that. With his heart, then that person is no longer a Muslim. He's no longer a what? He's no longer a Muslim. He's left the fold of Islam because of the sheer act of what? Doubt about something which he is not allowed to have doubt about. It isn't something, an intricate detail. Is it permissible for a Muslim to eat with his left hand? Is it permissible for me to buy a house or mortgage? Is it permissible for something that's an intricate issue of fiqh? Or even some issues of creed that aren't known to every single Muslim. Intimate issues of creed that aren't known to what? Every single Muslim, or over which there's difference of opinion. Will everyone see Allah in the hereafter, in the day of judgment? Or just the believers? Will the munafiqeen see Allah? He says, I'm not sure about that. The munafiqeen seeing Allah on Yawm al-Qiyamah? I don't know. I don't know. That's not the same as him saying, I don't know about Qiyamah. Everybody understand the difference? Everybody understand the difference or not? Every single Muslim, every scholar doesn't know every single intricate issue. Everybody understand this? There are certain things that are hidden to certain people. And a Muslim is no longer a non-Muslim for having doubt about those things. Everybody understand this? Something that is well known from the deen, established, known to every Muslim. And he says, I don't know about that. I'm not sure if there's actually paradise. I'm not sure about that. I believe in Islam in general, yes, but I don't know if there's an actual physical place called what? Jannah. Doubt. And any other issue that's well known from the issues of what? Of Islam. Not just Aqidah. Everybody understand this? Of issues of what? Islam. Everybody knows that. Certain things. Muslims are not to drink alcohol. That's well known to every Muslim. Unless you're extremely far and remote. Every Muslim knows basic things. So therefore, with that being said, whether they were Muslim or whether they were kuffar, they were saying that they were what? They're saying that they were Muslim. And they had different positions regarding the Sunnah. Some did this, someone left, someone right, someone in the middle. We said there were how many groups? 3. The first group did what with the Sunnah? Total rejecting. That's the proper way. Because the other 2 groups rejected it as well. But they did mutlaqan, absolute rejection. The second type was those who did what? Khabar ahad. Mutawatir hadith. What is a mutawatir hadith? We didn't get into that yet. We didn't explain that yet. They said we'll take the khabar, the mutawatir, but not khabar ahad. Thirdly was what? No, not out of the Qur'an. Ziyada ala nas. Ruddu alayya bida'ati. Give me back what I what? What I gave you. I gave you something that was clear and plain. Don't give me something that's cloudy. Give me what I clearly explained to you. Ziyada ala nas. That which was what? Beyond the Qur'an. They rejected the hadiths which were what? Beyond the Qur'an. We made an example of this such as being married to a woman and having a second wife as her aunt. Is that mentioned in the Qur'an? It is not. Everybody understand this? Eating the flesh of an animal that has canine teeth, as incisors. Is that mentioned in the Qur'an? Kullu tayrin dhi mikhlab. Birds with talons. Is that mentioned in the Qur'an? It's mentioned where? In hadiths. So they said we accept the flesh, lahma khinzir, clearly in the Qur'an. And we'll also accept the hadith that says that you can't eat the flesh of lahma khinzir. But we will not accept the hadith that talks about birds that have talons. Everybody clear on this? Because that was only mentioned where? In the hadiths. That is ziyada ala nas. Yani an-nas al-Qur'ani. Everybody clear on this or not? What else did we mention briefly? We said that there were hadiths written down in the first generation. Were all the hadiths written down? Were the main books compiled and organized, but there was actual documentation in the time of Muhammad, let alone the time of the Sahaba to Tabi'in. Tayyib. Next point, briefly. What else did we mention, guys? We need more other participants. Second centuries, there were leaps that were made. There were steps, and then what? Leaps. Major progression they made with regards to refining these studies or the compilation of hadith, writing them down, recording them, documenting them, classifying them. What is the most, this question is specifically for the sisters, what is the most important book of the second century? The Muwatta of Malik. Very good. Tayyip. What else did we mention after that? The golden century. The what? Why was it called that? Because they had a lot of gold? They wore gold bangles and necklaces? They traded with gold? Why was it called the golden century? It's not what we said. It's not what we said. We never said that. Nope. Because all of Islamic scholarship reached its what? Peak at the third generation. Let alone hadith. Remember clearness? Did it stop? No, it continued. But that was its what? The golden era, where the best of the best lived, and where the best of the best put out books. Everybody clear on this or not? That's what we said. That's what? That's what we said. Tayyip. What else did we mention? Briefly. A couple more minutes before we get started. We never said different genres of hadith. Hadith books. Different genres of hadith books. Such as a musnad or a jami' or a sahih or sunan or... We never said mustadrak. Not in the 3rd century. Musannaf, exactly. We said musannaf. Tayyib. Khairin, inshallah. What else did we talk about? Imam Ahmad and his what? His musnad, not his sunan. His what? How many hadiths are there in? Approximately. Always with the right hand, right? Tayyib. Tayyib. Khair, inshallah. All right, let's get started with this module, with this session. Are there any questions about what we took before we move forward? Are there any questions? Okay, let's go back, inshallah, to the intro. Okay. The author, he says here, طيب, after he will lay this, the layout, the skeleton, the blueprint, he's going to speak on the Musnad of Imam Ahmad bin Hanbal, a brief study of the book. Then he says, الفصل الثاني أو الفصل الثاني فيه دراسة موجزة جدا عن كل واحد من الكتب الستة المعروفة وأوجزت الدراسة فيها لأمرين. Then he's going to speak about, or we're going to learn and study and give you examples of each of the popular 6 books of hadith. Are there just 6 books of hadith? There are more than just 6. But these 6 are considered to be from the most important, from the most popular, from the most authentic, from the most significant and thorough. So we're going to take a brief study of the book of Imam al-Bukhari, a brief study of the book of Imam Ibn Majah. Who is Ibn Majah? What is Ibn Majah? What's Majah? Who was he? Where was he from? And what is his sunan? What's a sunan? That's what we're going to study as well. A brief study on each of those what? 6 books and their authors. Clear on this? طيب. And he mentions why he made it brief. Skipping that. He says, وَأَمَّا الْبَابُ الرَّابِعُ فَقَدْ ذَكَرْتُ فِيهِ التَّدْوِينَ فِي الْقَرْنَيْنِ الرَّابِعِ وَالْخَامِسِ وَذَلِكَ فِي فَصْلَيْنِ. He says, as for chapter number 4, then he mentioned the 4th and 5th century. The 4th century of the Hijrah and the 5th century. وَذَلِكَ فِي فَصْلَيْنِ. And he put that in 2 sections. Section number 1. عن التدوين في القرن الرابع الهجري وفيه فقرتان. الأولى تعريف موجز ببعض الكتب المدونة في السنة في هذا القرن وهي 7 كتب. He says in chapter number 4, we talk about century number 4 and 5. And we said the study of hadith and history is like what? Brown on rice. It's like what? Brown on rice. It goes what? Hand in hand. You can't separate the two. The study of hadith and also knowing what? History. The time. The people. And also another very important white on rice with hadith is what? Who can guess? Not science. Who can guess? Who can give an accurate guess? Geography. What? Geography. Where's Iran? If you don't know Iran, where Iran is, you're going to be lost. Where's Afghanistan? Where's Nishapur? Huh? When the ulama of Islam, they say, كان من علماء إفريقيا. He's from the scholars of Africa. What do they mean by that? Central Africa? South Africa? West Africa? Or do they mean a specific part of Africa? Everybody understand this when they say مذهب أهل المشرق وأهل المغرب. The scholars of the East and the scholars of the West. Are they talking about Britain, Scotland? What is meant by the West? And what is the border? The Mason-Dixon line of the East and the West. Everybody clear on this? That's very important. You have to know history. Where's Mesopotamia? Where's Iraq? You have to know Iran, Iraq. You have to know this stuff. Everybody understand this? You have to know geography to get a good taste of hadith, let alone to master it. You have to know what? Geography. You have to know your locations. You have to know your what? Locations, huh? In general, and the more detail of the locations that you know, the better you are in hadith science. Everybody clear on this? Where did Imam Bukhari come from? Where was Bukhara? Huh? Was he a Mongol? Is it Uzbekistan? Was he a Persian? Everybody understand this or not? Very important concept here. Moving forward, he says in the 4th and the 5th century, 2 main sections. The first, the most important books of the Sunnah in this century. And these are 7 books that we're going to study in detail. Number 1 is that which is called Sahih Ibn Khuzaymah. I.e., we learn from this that Imam al-Bukhari wasn't the only person who compiled a Sahih. There are other books which are called Sahih. Imam Bukhari's most authentic, most famous, but he wasn't the only one. He wasn't what, Mahdi? He wasn't the only one. There are other scholars who wrote books of this genre called Sahih. Then after that we have that which is called Sahih ibn Hibban, the author says. There's another author who wrote a book in the Sahih genre, and that is Ibn Hibban. Number 3, now we have Al-Mustadrak, and not in the 3rd century. So if you were asked on the exam, give an example of a new genre of a hadith book that appeared in the 4th century, you would say what? You would Sahih? Mustadrak. What is a mustadrak? What does that mean? We'll take that bid'nillahi ta'ala. Afterwards, author says, number 4, Sharhu Mushkil al-Athar lit-Tahawi. There's a book which is called, in Arabic, Sharhu Mushkil al-Athar lit-Tahawi, which basically means in English, polemic narrations, problematic narrations, narrations which seem to be contradictory. They seem to clash. They seem to what? Clash. One hadith says go left, another hadith says go right. How is this? This is from the most important things to study about in our modern time in Western countries. The most important thing. Because the people that say that Muhammad's hadiths were all nonsense. They didn't make any sense. Islam is contradiction. I have experienced people who say that they're Muslim, and they say that the reason why I don't accept hadiths is because none of them make sense. One hadith says this, and another hadith says totally different. Everybody understand this? And this proves that the hadiths were made up. And the Muslims, like we said once more about history, the Muslim countries are behind, prehistoric. The Muslims lack in science and medicine. They lack in issues of politics, military. They lack in so many things. And the reason why the Muslims were so traditional in accepting these hadiths is because they were mentally what? Regressed. They didn't have modern science like the Western countries have. They didn't have these major technological advancements like the Western countries had. And if they did, then the Muslims wouldn't accept these narrations, which clearly prove superstition and folklore. When you go to sleep, Satan ties a knot at the back of your head. If you oversleep for Fajr, he urinates in your ear. This is a superstition. If you know about science, then you know there's no such thing as the angels that push the clouds. No, it's rain, there's snow in hell, precipitation. Clear science. Everybody saying this? These things that you believe in and accept are because of what? The Muslims are so what? Behind, intellectually. Everybody understand this? So that is why these hadiths have survived. But in the modern times, you have proof that these hadiths are all made up. And there's only the Qur'an. There's only the what? Not the Qur'an, the what? The Qur'an. And don't forget that. They're not going to say the Qur'an. There's only the Qur'an. Everybody understand this or not? And the proof that the hadiths are made up is because they what? So, the weak Muslim, unfortunately, the person is going to be a victim to this doubt. If he knew this, he wouldn't fall victim to that doubt. That there were scholars of Islam who wrote books on narrations which seemed to be polemic and contradictory, seemed over 1,000 years ago. There was no Oxford or Cambridge. There was no Harvard. There was no UPenn. There was no Orientalism over 1,000 years ago. The Muslim scholars were vigilant. They were aware that certain narrations could be misunderstood and misinterpreted. Everyone understand this? We talk about radicalization, radical Islam, radical terrorism, radical Islam, huh? They say you read one hadith, go out and kill somebody in the street. You read one hadith, he who changes the religion, they kill him. Man baddala deenahu faqtuluhu. Anyone who changes his deen, cut off his head. They said this is the proof that Islam is dangerous. And we cannot allow people to practice Islam because they can just open up Sahih Bukhari and kill an infidel. Is this not the case? Is this not what is said today or not? In abundance by some people who say that they're Muslim. Were the Muslim scholars unaware of this? Were the Muslim scholars ignorant of this? No, they wrote books on these issues over what? 1,000 years ago of misunderstanding the Prophet's words. Everybody understand this? Misinterpreting the what? The Prophet's words. Misquoting the what? Everybody understand this or not? Over 1,000 years ago, there was a detailed science for hadiths which seem to contradict. Everybody understand this? Everybody got this or not? Everybody understand this or not? Try it. So this is a book by Imam al-Tahawi, an Egyptian scholar of the 4th century. The great Hanafi scholar, al-Tahawi. He wrote a book called Sharhu Mushkil al-Athar, and which he spoke on many narrations which seem to be problematic. Number 5, the 5th study is Al-Mu'jam al-Kabir li-Tabarani. Al-Mu'jam al-Kabir. We have a new genre. Number 4 is also a new genre as well. Kutub Mushkil al-Athar. Naam. We have a new genre, and this genre is called what? The genre of Mu'jam. A Mu'jam. What is a Mu'jam? Is it a Sunan? It's a different type of what? Book. It's a different type of what? book. It's a different genre. Everybody clear on this? This genre did not appear except in the 4th and 5th century. Not in the 3rd century. Moving forward. Number 6, a new book, Sunan ad-Daraqutni. Sunan ad-Daraqutni. Is the genre new? SubhanAllah. Is the genre new or old? It's old. When was the Sunan genre made? 3rd century. It's not new. But it's a new book by a new author. And that is Imam Daraqutni. Who remembers anything about Daraqutni from the Sound Heart Conference last year? Huh? Go ahead. What did we say about Daraqutni? I can't hear. I'm sorry. Anybody else? We gave a whole lecture on Daraqutni last year. If you guys can't answer this question, I may not come to the Sound Heart Conference again. He was born in the what? 4th century. And what else did we say about him? No, we didn't say that. We gave a whole lecture on this Imam's life, and we can't remember anything about him. Why should I come to Canada, he said? Stay where? In America. طيب. Number 7. As-Sunan al-Kubra lil-Bayhaqi. We have another genre, which is a Sunan genre. Naam? Abdullah? No? Or yes? It's not a new genre. Sunan is what? Old. But we have a new author. And this author is who? Daraqutni? Imam Bayhaqi. Who's Bayhaqi? This exotic sounding name, Bayhaq. Where was he from? What land was he from? And what was important about his book in the 4th century, 5th century, all of these different books. The second section, he says, وَالْفَقْرَةُ الثَّانِيَةُ عَنْ كُتُبِ الْمُسْتَخْرَجَاتِ. He says, and then we have a new genre of hadith books, which is that which is called al-mustakhrajat. A book called mustakhraj. Mustakhraj. We clearly mentioned yesterday, and we clearly gave a disclaimer yesterday, last night, that this series or this course or these modules, everything in it is not for everybody. So no one say this is confusing, you're making my head hurt, I don't speak Arabic. We mentioned a disclaimer yesterday that there are certain things for what? Certain people. Certain things for what? Certain people. General benefit for all. Certain things in the middle for those who are a bit elite. And there are a few things for those who are what? Everybody clear on this? A bit high. We said this yesterday, right? So please, no one bear with us. And don't say, I don't understand. What are you talking about? Why are you talking about all of this fancy Arabic stuff? And we're in Canada. We clearly gave a disclaimer about this yesterday. Sah? Right or wrong? طيب. So we have that which is called كتب المستخرجات. كتب المستخرجات. ما معنى المستخرج أصلا؟ وما أهمية الاستخراج؟ ومن أبرز من ألف في هذا النوع من أنواع كتب الحديث في هذا القرن الرابع والخامس. ما هو المستخرج؟ المستخرج مأخوذ من استخرج. طيب, moving forward. والفصل الثاني خصصته للتدوين في القرن الخامس الهجري, وقد اشتمل على موضوعين. الأول ذكر أهم الكتب المؤلفة في الجمع بين الكتب الستة أو بعضها. And then he talks about the 5th century specifically now. All of those books were generally in the 4th. The next section of this chapter is the 5th century. And he talks about the most important books that did what? Total. This is all tadween, it's all evolution. We're talking about evolution of the hadith books. Books that were written originally? No. He's now talking about books that did further service to the previous books of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th century, but specifically the 3rd century. He says here, Al-Kutub al-Sitta, the 6 mother books of hadith, or some of them such as the Sahihain. There were ulama who lived and died in the 5th century, and they did what? They took the Kutub al-Sitta and they what? Put them together as one piece. I.e., they didn't reinvent the wheel. They didn't make another wheel, but they just what? Refined it. Made variations of it. Everybody clear on this? They benefited from the efforts of the previous, and they carried on and they further developed the science. Everybody understand this? So we have Sahih Bukhari and Sahih Muslim. A scholar comes along and he says Sahih Bukhari is very long. It's cumbersome, it's burdensome. There are many repeated hadiths in Sahih Bukhari. And there are all types of nukat, ilmiya in Sahih Bukhari. Intricate, difficult things only a few people can get. And Sahih Muslim, kadhalik, is long, it's big, it's outstretched. So why can't I just summarize, trim, cut, and shave Bukhari and Muslim and put them what? Together. Such as Al-Lu'lu wal-Marjan, Ascent. But that's not from this century, but that's the idea. It's to take the compilation of the two and put them what? Together. Al-Lu'lu Marjan fi matafaqa. Fahimtum? Everybody clear on this or not? Alright, now this is a very important book in English that comes from this concept. First and foremost, he says, وَالثَّانِي تَعْرِيفُ الْمُوجَزِ بِثَلَاثَةِ كُتُبٍ وَهِي أو here. 3 books he's going to discuss in this section. مصابيح السنة للبغوي أيضا. The first one is Sharh al-Sunnah. The book called what? Sharh al-Sunnah. Not of Barbahari, but of who? Al-Baghawi. Who's Al-Baghawi? Where did he live? Where was he from? That's his name. And he also wrote another book which is called Masabih al-Sunnah. That is the grandfather or the father of what book that's popular in English? Very popular book in English. Obviously, we have different groups of Muslims, different dawah calls. This group of Muslims, these are the books that they deal with. One hadith. What's the name of the book? Mishkat and Masabih. You never heard of this book in English? Have never seen this book in English? You never walked in the masjid and seen Mishkat Masabih? Nobody? Nobody ever seen this book? Mishkat Masabih? You never heard of this book? Oh, that's sad. What about Muntakhab al-Hadith? No one ever heard of Muntakhab al-Hadith? It's okay, guys, if I'm not going to say you're Jama'at Tabligh. Have you ever heard of the book or not? Muntakhab al-Hadith, huh? Or another book, Fazal al-Amal. Very popular. This book is a household name. Mishkat Masabih is a very popular book. And this is one of the foundations of that book. Masabih al-Sunnah. He came along, he wrote Mishkat al-Masabih. And this is very important with regards to seeking knowledge, is to learn where things come from. You can't understand today unless you have an idea of what? Everybody clear on this? Evolution of ilm, of science. How it started. Where did it come from? Everybody understand this or not? Clear on this? Tayyib. Number 3 is what? Jami' al-Usul. It's considered to be a jami', but it's not actually a jami'. It's a bit different. The book is called Jami' al-Usul of a scholar whose name was Ibn al-Athir. Moving forward. وَفِي الْبَابِ الْخَامِسِ تَكَلَّمْتُ عَنْ. He says in the 5th century I spoke about. Do you have a volunteer to read? A volunteer to read the Arabic? Anybody wish to volunteer to read the Arabic? Anybody want to read? Hishan? Bismillah. In the 5th chapter of the book, we're in chapter 5 now. He says, I spoke about ittijahu tadween. What direction did the Muslims go in? With regards to hadith compilation. With regards to authoring books on hadith. What direction did they go to? وَجَعَلْتُهُ مَهَدْتُ لَهُمَا فقرتين. طيب. He says here in chapter 5, he made two sections of chapter 5. And before he actually got into those 2 sections, he made a prologue. And that's when he spoke about the Islamic world. The condition of al-alam al-Islami. I.e. the Islamic countries. I.e. the what? The Islamic what? Countries. He says from the he says خلال القرون الأربعة. The first 4 centuries, he says, من القرن الخامس. He's talking about 4 generations. Starting with the 5th century up until the end of the 9th. What is he talking about here? And why is this even important? And it goes back to what I previously told you about history. And hadith is like what? Brown on rice. You have to know it. What was going on in the Muslim world in the 5th century up until the end of the 9th century? What was happening? The Mughals, whether they're Tatars or the Mongols, many Muslims were killed, slaughtered. What happened when those Muslims were killed? Books were burnt, books were destroyed. About this, countless ulama were slain. Everybody understand this? That was a major blow to the Muslims in that time. And they were in Baghdad. What else was there? Quickly, guys. Where's the history heads at? This is important. Crusades. If you hesitate, when will you win? If you what? If you hesitate, when will you what? You can't hesitate. You think about it, do what? Say it. The worst that can happen is you're wrong. Everybody understand this? Trust your what? Instincts. Trust your what? Your instincts. The Crusades. What happened? How many Crusades were there? What happened? There was a major blow to the Muslims. The what? The Crusades. And many things that are happening today to the Muslim world are nothing more than a product of the Crusades. Everybody understand this? What else took place? The many other مآسي يعني هناك مآسي كثيرة في هذه القرون مثل يلا guys Ibn Taymiyyah. That's a good guess. He lived during those times. He's just one man. Show how important he was as a reviver. طيب, excellent. مبتدئة لم تكن مبتدئة قبل ولكن زادت شوكتهم قويت. The innovators in Islam, they became strong. They were there already, and there were even times in which they were strong in the 3rd century, like Imam Muhammad's time. Fitnat khalq al-Qur'an, موجودة. But now the Mubtadi'ah, they began to swarm and increase, and they began to have a lot of power and influence, and they began to write more books, and they began to dominate many sciences. The Lugha al-Arabiya, the Qur'an, the Tafsir, the books of Mustalah, Hadith were written by people that were influenced with this bid'ah, with this falsafa, with this kalam. Right, what else took place during this time? Very important. The Rafidah, regardless whether it's in Iran or Iraq, but the Rafidah became what? More popular, more hungry, start taking and controlling more, torturing more people, destroying more sources. What else took place during these centuries? Very important thing. Ash'a'ira, along the bid'ah, no question. They were there before, but this when they become what? The Ash'a'ira became the orthodox Sunnah. Ahlus Sunnah, Shafi'i, Madhab, Ash'a'ira, Al-Aqidah, Tasawwuf, and your Ibadah, and you either study Hadith or Fiqh or so on and so forth, Usul. And that was Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah. Everybody understand this? The people that were on the way of Imam Ahmed, Ibn Taymiyyah, Ibn Kathir, this one and that one, they were like, on the side. They weren't, the balance, the Sunnah Orthodox was what? Was the Ash'a'ira. And that has a major effect of what is going on today as well. What else took place during these centuries? Something else we're missing out on. Sufiya. Sufiya was old as well. They were old as well, but different direction of the Sufiya. The Sufiya of the first, second, third century are not like the Sufiya of the 6th and 7th century. It's a world of a difference. Everybody understand this? Is a what? A world of a difference. And you have to be just and fair when you speak with all of these different groups. You have to be just and you have to be what? Fair. The Sufiya of the 8th century are not like the Sufiya of the 4th or the 3rd century. Night and what? Day. The Ash'a'ira, the Ash'aris of the 10th century are not like the Ash'aris of the 4th century. They were different. They had different values. Everybody, they had what? Different values. Everybody understand this or not? What else? Falsafa, we mentioned that already about philosophy. There's something else. This last thing I'll ask you. Qadri is Qadim, Khawarij is Qadim. It's old. التعصب المذهبي والجمود جمود الفكر البعد عن الاجتهاد. The Muslims became extremely complacent with regards to being independent in their study of fiqh. Many of them, if not most of them, during these generations, not all of them, they became pleased with being blind followers. They became what? Pleased with being what? The bed breaker in Baghdad, the shoemaker in Raqqa. No, we're talking about who? Ulama. The shoemaker in Baghdad is supposed to be a what? Ask the ulama. But the alim, he became what? Yakfina. Khalas. Khalas, it's over. Shafi'i, Abu Hanifa, Malik, is no reason for us to use our minds anymore. And not only did they become stuck mentally and intellectually, but they began to become extremely fanatical. And that's why we have today Hanafi, Shafi'i, extremely fanatical. My group is the only group. My madhab is the only madhab. My imam is superior. Everybody understand this or not? And they started fabricating hadiths and making up hadiths regarding supporting their madhab. Just like what happens today among the Dawah people. Only the mashayikh in this one country. You study with them, that's it. No one else. You study where? In Egypt? La. Walish. You studied in South Africa? No. You studied in Medina? No. You studied in Yemen? What city in Yemen, Hisham? Where did you go? If you didn't do here, it's exactly what's happening today, unfortunately. This ta'assub, fanaticism. That's not from the Sunnah, abadan. So this was a big, big problem during these what? These centuries. The scholars, many of them began to do what? Stop thinking critically. And this also had a major effect on the concept of the lands of the Muslims being conquered and colonized. Everybody understand this? In which we live in that shade to this day. To that what? To this day. Everybody understand this type? Moving forward, no more lessons on history. He then says here, Al-ula an aham al-mihani wal-fitan التي واجهت المسلمين عموما وأهل السنة خصوصا. The first section of this prologue was pertaining to the greatest trials that the Muslims faced in general. Whether it was them being killed and slaughtered, or their books being destroyed, and even more dangerous than that, their ideology being tainted. That's the most dangerous thing. Everybody understand this? They can kill you, they can take your land. That comes, that goes. You win, you lose. But if the non-Muslims get you to change the way you think and look at Islam, that's ultimate victory. That's what? Ultimate victory. Everybody understand this? If they get the Muslims to think other than how they're supposed to think, their identity, what type of names they take, science, producing, exploring, all of that stuff. They got the Muslims to get out of that, and that's how they conquered them. Everybody understand this? That's how they what? That's how they conquered them. Moving forward, he says the Muslims in general, and specifically the what? Ahl Sunnah, such as the Rafidah, were killing the ulama of hadith, slaughtering them. Everybody understand this? Number two, he says, وَالثَّانِيَةِ فَضَلْ هِشَانِ عن جهود العلماء المنقذ انحرافات. He says the second section is speaking about the opposite. We're no longer talking about the disease and the cancer. خلصنا الكلام عن الداء والمشاكل والمآسي. الآن عن الإيش؟ العلاج. He's now talking about the counter. All of the Muslims in the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th century, they weren't sleeping. All of them were not pleased with what was going on. There were people that rebelled. There were what? There were revolutions. Scholastic what? Revolutions. Surging or going against the surging tide. When the ulama of hadith, they fought back in front of these different fitan. These fitan. And these mihan, these trials, these calamities. Such as, he said, the grave worship, the Mongols, the Crusades. Everybody clear on this or not? There was the ulama of hadith who did what? They didn't just submit to that, but they actually gave rejuvenation to the ummah. He says that after Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, they were the reason why the Muslims were rescued from the innovations, from the khurafat, superstitions. Listen carefully, Adam, he says, وَجَمِيعِ الْإِنْحِرَافَاتِ. He says, in all other acts of deviation. The Muslims began to become thinking that they were Europeans. The Muslims began to use this philosophy. The Muslims began to become what? Extremely luxurious. The kings, the sultans, whatever names they had, they began to become what? Extremely lavish. Extremely what? Lavish. The earlier leaders of the Muslims were the leaders of the Muslims, but they lived what? Simple, basic life. Simple what? Simple, basic life. They were the Muslims, they were the leaders in front of the Muslims, leading them, teaching them in battle, in Hajj. But in these times, some of those leaders, the kings, they became what? extremely lavish, spendthrifts, extravagant. Where's that money coming from? Bayt al-Mal. That's coming from the treasury of the Muslims. His luxury is coming from your labor. That's supposed to be spent on this, spent on that, spent on this, and spent on this. Everybody understand this? It was said there was a leader of the past. Allah Alam, what generation he was in. My teacher, he told us this. He says that he fell in love with a woman. She was a noble woman, a noble Muslim woman who lived in another land. And he was in such deep love with her. He asked her father for hand in marriage. Of course, her father complied. And it was two different countries. Allah Alam, what countries they were? Two different countries. It is said, not two different cities. He said countries, that he ordered for a bed of roses, a trail of roses be made from her country to his doorstep, for her to walk and to tread to his house. How much money do you think it costs to furnish something like this? How much do roses cost now? They're not that expensive, but they're not that what? Cheap. How many rose buds do you need? How many petals to go from Toronto to Ottawa? How many? Let alone Canada to America. Everybody understand this? You get the idea we're trying to get into? Is that a bid'ah? No. That's not a what? It's not a bid'ah. Is that the non-Muslims killing the Muslims? No, but that's still considered what, Adam? Inhiraf. That's going against the Jadda. The Muslims are straying from the what? The Sirat al-Mustaqim. Clearness? And this is very important to understand that deviation is not just pertaining to Aqidah. It's not just pertaining to bid'ah, which is important and dangerous, no question about that. We don't differ on those values. We don't what? We do not differ on those what? Values. Man iftara alayna ghayra hadha, fa'alayhi la'natul muftareen. That's a lie. We don't differ on those values. But what we do differ on is restricting the speech about deviation only to these issues. You can deviate from the Sirat al-Mustaqim from what? Other avenues as well. Spending money. Allah says, وَلَا تُسْرِفُوا إِنَّ الْمُبَذِّرِينَ كَانُوا وَكَانَ الشَّيْطَانُ لِرَبِّهِ شَكُورًا. نعم لا شكورا هذه القراءة صح شيخ حسن وكان الشيطان لربه إيش كفورا. So if you're a mubadhir, if you're spending, wasting money in extravagance, are you on the Sirat al-Mustaqim or not? You've made inhiraf, inharafta. A lot or little, percentage, 50, 30, al-muhim, inharafta. Everybody understand this? So these ulama in this century, they fought against anything that was against Allah and His Messenger's way. Fahimna? And it wasn't just bid'ah, it wasn't just war, it wasn't just this. Everybody clear on this or not? Anything that was inhiraf, they were what? Against it. Physically, vocally, and if not, or what? Scholastically. And that's where you get your Ibn Taymiyyah from. And that's your Ibn Qayyim. That's your Ibn Kathir. That's your Ibn Abdul Hadi. That's your Mizzi. That's your Ibn Abdul Izz al-Hanafi. That's your Ibn Rajab. Everybody clear on this? That's why they talk about all of those things. You read in their books. Al-Ifranj. At-Tatar. The Muslims, they had lost their identity. They wanted to be like other people. Everybody understand this or not? Moving forward. He then says, أما الفصل الأول. We have a new volunteer to read. Jazakallah khairan, Hishan. We have a new volunteer to read. Anyone else? Fadal. أما الفصل الأول عن الكتب Now, talking about century 5, century 6, century 7, and century 8. Or century 6, 7, 8, and 9, there were new types of books that were made. There were new genres of books that were made. He says, مَوْضُعَاتٍ خَاصَةٍ مَحْدُودَةٍ. Books pertaining to a specific topic and exclusive to that specific topic. We didn't study it yet, but the Sahih genre is a specific topic or general topic. Specific or general? It's not specific. It's what? General. Sahih Bukhari talks about what? Dream interpretation. Talks about? Hajj, adab, wasiyah, wills, adab, how you dress, how you comb your hair, how you brush your teeth. Kullu shay. The Sunnah talk about what? Everything. The Muslim talks about what? Everything. Now the ulama in these centuries, they started making specific books on specific topics, and not just general genre anymore. From these books, or that which is called, Fadl, Kutub al-Mawdu'at. The ulama of Islam, they wrote books talking about hadith fabrication. Hadith fabrication. Hadiths that were made up, hadiths that were lies, or hadiths that were severe inaccuracies. He's not an intentional liar, but he says something so horrible, and at the end of the day, it's the same as the intentional lie. Everybody understand this? So the scholars of Islam, they were totally unaware and they were ignorant of people lying on the Prophet? No, they weren't. So if you take this course and you do your own study, your own research, you'll realize that what the people say today is not true. The scholars of Islam were what? Bil mirsad. They were aware and vigilant of the reality of fabrication. So we don't need Goldzire or Shkhat to come and say that the hadiths are made up and fabricated. Everybody understand this? The fact that he says that there are certain hadiths which are fabricated proves that the other hadiths are what? Authentic. Everybody understand this? If I say from among you, I say these are the bad students, these are the worst of my students, that automatically proves what? Everybody understand this? So they started writing books on hadiths that were what? Fabricated. And that's going to be explained later by the night title. What's the mawdu'? Number 2, Kutub al-Ahkam. Books pertaining to halal and haram. Not aqidah, not tafsir, not ta'wil al-ru'ya, dream interpretation, not al-malahim wal-fitan, apocalyptic narrations. This rulings of what? Halal and haram. Such as Umdat al-Ahkam, such as Bulugh Maram, such as, what are the grandfathers of these books? These books are the great-grandchildren. They're bigger books. No. La. Huh? This is an example of a question for what? This is an example of a question for what? للمتفوقين. تفضل. نيل الأوتار. هذا كتاب شرح يا أخي. نيل الأوتار في شرحه. لو حفظت العنوان لعرفت الجواب. منتقى الأخبار لمجد الدين ابن تيمية جد شيخ الإسلام. هذا له كتاب في الأحكام في الحلال والحرام. In other words, these were the mother books of Ahkam, not Sahihain, not Muwatta. La, we're done with that genre. That's hundreds of years in the past. Everybody understand this? There were ulama who wrote books on Ahkam, and then others, they came behind and they did what? لخصوا واختصروا. They summarized those books, and that's where you get your Bulugh al-Maram from. Clear on this? Moving forward. Kutub al-Gharib. There were books that were made on the vocabulary of the Prophet ﷺ's hadiths. Oftentimes the Prophet he used certain words in which certain people couldn't understand. Not all, and not all the time. So certain people at certain times. The Prophet's speech was clear and lucid. But this is also pertaining to history, and it's also pertaining to a major social problem that the Muslims faced, and that was the Arab tongue versus the non-Arab tongue. And we didn't say Arab genealogy or blood, but we said the what? The tongue. The what? The tongue. And this is also from the plots of the non-Muslims who invaded and conquered the Muslim lands as well. We can get the Muslims to be ignorant of the Qur'an through language. If we can get them to speak slang, darija, amiyah, then we can get their minds to be weak. You can't understand what Allah is saying, I can easily make up my own interpretation. There's certain mistakes that you'll be prevented and protected from just because of what? Language, lugha, understanding the language. Everybody understand this? And the same applies to English as well. Certain words that you know, no one can come and say it means something else. It doesn't mean that. What are you talking about? So the ulama of Islam, they also combated this problem as well. And they wrote books that dealt with the scholastic vocabulary of the Prophet's speech. Al-Gharib, Kutub, Al-Gharib, such as? Huh? La, ya mashayikh. Huh? Such as? طيب, moving forward. After that, the author says, والفصل الثاني عن كتب الموضوعات الشاملة العامة مثل كتب الأطراف والتخريج والزوائد والمجاميع ونحوها. He says here, in the second section of the last chapter, or the books that talked about general topics, encyclopedic, and totally mawsu'iyah, books that were totally thorough, that were also summarizations or summaries, and compilations from the previous books. He says, Kutub al-Atraf, at-Tarf, the beginning of the hadith. إذا جاء, or مثلا, for example, hadith, for example, ma'aba an-Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam ta'aman qat. And the whole hadith isn't mentioned, but just the taraf, the first part of the hadith, ... And it shows you where to find it. Or a takhrij, the referencing of the hadith. You're reading a book, let's say, Ibn Kathir. And in that book, Ibn Kathir, he mentions a hadith. Where is this hadith originally found? Ibn Kathir's book is not an original what? Masdar. It's not an original hadith book. He's quoting from other sources. They made books to support what? Other books. Was Zawaid. They made books, they put together books in which there were supplementary narrations that weren't found in the other main books. Kutub al-Ashara, Kutub al-Sitta, Kutub al-Tis'a, Al-Kutub al-Thamaniya, Al-Masanid al-Thamaniya. نعم. هذا يسمى الزوائد. هذا يسمى إيش؟ الزوائد. Oh, study that inshallah. And also Al-Majami', plural of Majmu'. The author then says, وَلَعَلَّهُ بِهَذَا الْبَيَانِ الْمُوجَزِ عَمَّا تَضَمَّنُهُ هَذَا الْكِتَابِ يتبين المراد من العنوان تدوين السنة النبوية نشأته وتطوره. He says, and perhaps, listen carefully, with this bayan mujaz, this short summary that we just gave you, he says, بِإِذْنِ ta'ala, the topic, the subject matter of the book is what? Clear on what we mean by tadween of the sunnah, tadween of hadith. Everybody got this? This basic general layout should make it clear what the course is going to be about. And we gave you much, much more. Much more than what's just mentioned in the introduction. Everybody clear on this? He says, وَبَعْد فهذا تلخيص موجز لتلك الجهود الخيرة المباركة التي قدمها سلفنا الصالح عبر عصوره المختلفة في خدمة الإسلام عموما والسنة المطهرة على وجه الخصوص. He says to proceed, this is nothing more, he says, a simple brief summary of those magnificent feats, tremendous efforts that were put forth by our righteous ancestors in the different generations, the different centuries, and the different countries. Everybody understand this? For us to take pride in this, guys. Us to do what? Naftakhir. To be proud of our legacy, of what the scholars of Islam did way before the other civilizations had anything like this, and even to this day. And this is very important to understand dawah. Okay, what happened to Christianity? What happened to Catholicism? Why did it turn into what it turned into? Because there was no what? There wasn't this. There was no science of grading, of verifying. So you could put in whatever you want, and you can take out what? Whatever you wanted. Everybody understand this? And this is why when I was in the College of Hadith, and I was about to graduate, and I was thinking about doing the master's program, alhamdulillah, there was no second doubt what I wanted to do. I wanted to do Hadith. And you may not believe this, it's a true story. I had many teachers and many mashayikh who tried to discourage me. And they said, don't go to the master's program in Hadith. Dakatira, doctors, they said, don't. They said, your country doesn't need this. Your country doesn't need this. They said, you're wasting your time studying Hadith in detail. You're living in America in the West. Wallahi al-azim, many teachers. And it's not derogatory. Don't take it as a derogatory thing. It's a point that I'm trying to show you. Many of them, not all of them, they would say, why should you study Hadith? You know the basics, class. There's no need for you to have detailed science, a master's degree in Hadith sciences and the books. It says it's no faida. He said, your people there, they need to know the basic aqidah, basic dawah, and most importantly, fiqh and sharia. One professor said, go to Kulit al-Sharia. So obviously I had no intention of going to Kulit al-Sharia. I said to him, ya Shaykh, Kulit al-Sharia, they only take students that come from Sharia. He says, I'll write you a specific tazkiyah, we'll intercede for you. I said, Shaykh, no, I don't want that. Just write me the tazkiyah that I'm asking you for. I know what I want to do. And there were other students and brothers, colleagues, older than me, younger than me, that also tried to discourage me. Said, why are you going to Kulit al-Hadith Magister? What do you want to do with that stuff? It was a brother from the UK once. This was before the master's program. He got into the College of Hadith and he was about to quit. He's about to go to the College of Dawah. And anyone who's ever been to the Islamic University of Medina, and the truth is said, they know about the different wars between the colleges and what the people say. And they know how there's certain schools, certain colleges that have a very derogatory look towards other colleges. And they say this college is, and this college is, everybody understand this is well known. Hadith and Dawah is well known what they say. Even some of the teachers is well known about what they say and how they feel about other students from other colleges. In a good competitive manner, huh? So the brother, he was from the UK. He was driving on the college of Hadith. I said, why? Stay here. He said, Wallahi, akh. He said, Akhi, he says, I can't teach my Christian grandmother about Imam al-Bukhari. He says, of no use my Christian grandmother hearing about the Manhaj Imam al-Bukhari fi kitabih sahih. So many brothers, many people, they had this look. And alhamdulillah, Allah Azza wa Jalla had guided me. I had total conviction that everything that they were saying, I did not agree with at all. And I would argue and debate with certain brothers and tell them, you studying hadith and mastering hadith is a major, 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 major tool in da'wah. And talking about aqidah and talking about theology and why you have to be a Muslim. An example of that is a Christian. Christian who believes in God. He's not an atheist. He believes in one God. He's a monotheist. Huh? Whether he believes in the Trinity or not. He could be a Unitarian, which there are many in my state, Pennsylvania. Many Unitarians. They don't believe in the Trinity. They say Trinity is a bid'ah. Paul made it up, Nicaea, whatever. Trinity is false. One God. He has no son. And Jesus was a messenger like Muhammad. Or they won't say that. Muhammad wasn't a messenger. Or they'll say he was only to the Arabs. Everybody understand this? Or they may say, I don't have to believe Muhammad. I have Jesus' message. Khalas. There's no need for me to accept your religion. Everybody understand this? So one of the ways you can give da'wah to someone, whether they believe in the Trinity or not, they believe in God, they're a good Christian. Christian woman, she's not a fornicatress. They go to church, they give charity, they work hard, good, honest people. They may be better, they may have better akhlaq than some Muslims. Some Christians may have better akhlaq than what? Not all Muslims. Some Muslims. The Muslims who drink alcohol? Or not? In abundance? Or not? Muslims who get intoxicated, who smoke drugs? Muslims who cheat, who steal? Muslims who don't work? And there are Christians that don't do these bad things. So, what would you say to this Christian? How would you get him to convert to Islam? You say, you love Jesus? He says, of course I love Jesus. He says, Jesus is the Son of God or Jesus is the Messenger of God. Okay, tell me about Jesus. What color was Jesus? Was he white? Was he black? Was he brown? Was he red? What was his hair like? Wool? Or was his hair fine and silky? Tell me about Jesus' description. How tall was he? What did his fingers look like? What was Jesus' favorite food? Give me the names of 3 of Jesus' disciples. Not all of them. Just what are the names of the disciples of Jesus? Where do they live? How many kids do they have? Give me a detailed description of the person that you love so much, but prove it scientifically. The most educated Christian is going to do what? What is he going to say? يَقِفُ حَائِرًا. He's going to be what? I can't tell you that. I know general things. Some people say he was white. Some people say he was black. Some people say Christianity started in Ethiopia. Some people say it started in Bethlehem. Can't verify that. What are the name of Jesus' disciples? Maybe this one, maybe that one. Tell me all of them. I can tell you Abu Bakr Siddiq, Khattab, Uthman ibn Affan, Ali ibn Abi Talib, Abu Huraira, Fulan. He had henna in his beard. He was this. He lived. He did this. I'll give you everything in detail about my prophet. He slept on this side. He ate this food. This was his favorite wife. This was his favorite sword. This was his favorite horse. I can give you intricate details of this prophet with science. And you can't give me no detailed information about your prophet with science. So what does that prove? That you need to be a what? You need to be a Muslim. Where can this knowledge be obtained? How can you get this mastery and this confidence except through what? Ilm al-Hadith. The sanad, the athar, the narrations. So you mastering the narrations is a major leverage in da'wah. And the average person, we didn't get into Buddhism, other ways of life. They don't have no type of detailed knowledge of their prophets and religious men. They have things that are passed down. Things that just, takharrus, which they think. This is what the religious men say. It's the interpretation of the disciples. We have every single aspect of life. I can provide you at least one hadith from Muhammad with the explanation where the hadith can be found, how it was passed down, how it was preserved, how it was conserved. Let's make a bet. If I ask you, let's have a trivia question. Tell me about the fruits that Jesus liked, the meats that he liked. Give me any challenge you throw at me, I'll throw you back about Muhammad. The one who loses has to go to the other person's religion. Who's going to win? There's no question. The Christian's not even going to take that bet because he knows what? He can't do that. Can you have that knowledge, that confidence in a debate unless you have what? Hadith science. So this is one of the things that I would say to some of the brothers, not the teachers, because I want to argue with the teachers, and explain to them the vision that I had with regards to what? Ilm al-Hadith in my Western country. Khairan inshallah. So Ilm al-Hadith is Islam. That's the deen. Muhammad's way is the deen. Muhammad's way is the aqidah, is the akhlaq, is the politics. Everything is found in the hadith of the Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam. So with that being said, the author, he says those major efforts that were put forth in the different times and the different generations by our ulama and by our salaf. وفي الختام أحب أن أنبه على الأمور التالية. And then he goes on to say why he only dealt with the first 9 generations. And he mentions a few other things: the Ottoman Empire, the Shia, the Rafida, the different things, the Arabian Peninsula. He also talks about the Arabian Ibn Abdul Wahhab, Ibn Qayyim, Ibn Taymiyyah, and all of these different things, these different revivers, these different reformists, and also the other people that made a great deal of corruption among the Muslims in the modern age as well. So this is a brief introduction to the book, one of the main books that we'll study. This won't be the only book. We'll have the modules as well in English, hopefully tomorrow or maybe the next session, inshallah ta'ala, along with the exams. And hopefully there'll be certificates and plaques of appreciation for those who do well and those who exert themselves. The author says, وَكَتَبُ مُحَمَّد بن مطر الزهراني في المدينة النبوية حرسها الله في الخامس عشر من شهر ربيع الأول من عام 1412 من هجرة المصطفى صلى الله عليه وسلم. The author, he says, signing out Muhammad bin Matar al-Zahrani in Medina. This was the 15th day of Rabi' al-Awwal of 1412. What year are we in now? So how many years ago did he write the book? Everybody clear on this? And Allah Azza wa Jalla knows best. Jazakumullahu khairan. This will conclude our humble presentation of the first module, the layout of the first module. Inshallah ta'ala, make sure that everyone registers, the registration process, so you can get the necessary material. And also within that time, so you can get the necessary times, places for the online virtual learning. Bi-idhnillahi subhanahu wa ta'ala. If anybody has any questions or comments on the topic or off the topic, now is that time. And if not, I humbly ask you to allow me to go. Jazakumullahu khairan. Fadl ya akhi. Which of the 2 or the 3? Right. Fahmt. Question says, with regards to the 3 groups and categories of the early hadith rejectors, those who rejected hadiths absolutely, those who rejected some types of hadiths which were ahad and not mutawatir, and then those who rejected or refused to accept the hadith which gave ziyada al-nafs, things that were extra, above and beyond in the Qur'an, or beyond what's mentioned in the Qur'an. Which of the last 2 are worse? One may say they're basically the same. They're selective acceptors and rejectors for a reason. One is technical, pertaining to the number of reporters, and one is the content of hadith. In actuality, they're pretty much the same. We say right wing, left wing of how many birds? 1 bird. They're basically the same. But they just have different way of doing it. But they're doing the same thing basically. They're selecting what they accept and what they don't accept. The first group is the most honest and open group. Period. Qur'an is enough. There's no need for any hadith. Mutawatir, ahad, muhkam, mutashabih, fiqh, aqaid, nothing. The last 2 groups are trying to what? And Allah knows best. Any other questions or comments before we stop? Bismillah. Question says, are they all kuffar? As far as the first group, the many of the people of knowledge, they say that they are kuffar, without a question. As far as the second group, with regards to ahad and mutawatir, many of the ulama said they aren't kuffar. And they said that they're muta'awwilin. They have some type of false interpretation, thinking that this is the proper way. The Prophet warned us from lying against him. How do we know the Prophet said it and it's not a lie if it's khabar ahad? It's not mutawatir. Huh? And Allah says, إِن يَتَبِعُونَ إِلَّا الظَّنِّ. Huh? وَإِنْهُمْ إِلَّا يَخْرُسُونَ. Everybody understand this? Many ayat. إِنَّ الظَّنَّ لَا يُغْنِي مِنَ الْحَقِّ. Ayat. Allah says, dhann. Just thinking, presupposing. Just never ever takes the place of ilm, of yaqeen. So they said that these ahadith, we're not sure the Prophet said them. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. We can't necessarily take them. Are they absolutely kuffar? Some of the people now say not necessarily. But those who continue upon this view, and it's clear that this is wrong and erroneous, and most of the rulings of the religion are based off akhbar ahad, then perhaps they may have a different ruling of being kuffar, waliyadu billah. As far as the third group, perhaps the third group is worse. Maybe. Because the first group, they're trying doing something that's a bit scientific with regards to hadith science. Even though that's kalam fadhi. That's a joke and that's a game that they only use to play around with the religion. But the third group, they're saying even if it's mutawatira, if it's extra above the nas, then they say what? No. So he's basically saying anything beyond the Qur'an from the hadith, we're not accepting. Why did they say that? That's the first question that you have to ask to determine are they considered to be kuffar or not. Why did they say that? Because we can just disrespect the messenger and belie him? Or they believe that the messenger's message was the actual Qur'an. And all he was an explainer of the Qur'an. Understand this? Explanation of the Qur'an is to show you the physical interpretation of those verses about حُرِّمَتْ عَلَيْكُمْ أُمَّهَاتُكُمْ. Your mothers are unlawful to you. But for you to say that you can't marry a woman and an aunt at the same time, that's clearly what? That's more. And that's no longer a... It's no longer a what? It's no longer a what, ikhwan? I need students that are smart, mentally sharp, witty. That is now what? That's not explanation anymore. That's what? That's extra. Once more, Allah says you cannot marry your mothers. Clear on that? The Prophet, he says in the hadith, anyone who marries his mother, he faces capital punishment. Execute him in the Islamic state. Any man found sleeping with his mother. That's an explanation, that's an expounding on the what? Qur'an. Hurimat alaykum ummahatukum. Clear that? But now for the Prophet ﷺ to say, if you have two wives, it's unlawful for one to be a niece and an aunt. Is that explanation of that ayah? Or is that now what? Fahimtum? So it's a very long discussion. And Allah knows best. Bismillah. Okay. Tayyib. Question says, there are different rulings about mortgage. I want to know what's the correct view. If I answer the question and give you my humble opinion, my limited knowledge, perhaps it may cause even more confusion. It may cause more confusion because I'm doing nothing more but adding to another bucket of opinions. This is a scholar. He says this and then I say that. He has his proofs. I have the proofs that I'm trying to use. وَهَكَذَا. You understand that or not? What's important is for the layman Muslim to take the fatwa of the alim that you trust the most, that you respect the most, and you feel is the most pious. And you feel is the what? The most pious. So hypothetically speaking, this is only hypothetical. Shaykh Ibn Uthaymeen says mortgage is permissible, hypothetically. And Shaykh Ibn Baz says that it's haram. You as the layman Muslim, you say, I respect both of those scholars. I respect what? Both of them. But in my personal heart, I think Shaykh Ibn Uthaymeen is more skilled in fiqh. So I want to go with the view of Ibn Uthaymeen. Not because I want to mortgage this and that. You see what I'm saying to you? If that was your position, and you couldn't study it and you didn't understand it, you've done your job. Because you have opinion. Take the opinion of the scholar that you trust the most, and respect the most, and you feel is closest to piety. Clear on that or not? So if a scholar that was a qualified scholar said that it's permissible to buy a house on mortgage, and he brought his proofs and his evidences, and you felt comfortable with that, that's one thing. No sin upon you. As long as it wasn't clear to you. But you actually were asking, فَاسْأَلُوا عَلَى الذِّكْرِ إِن كُنْتُمْ لَا تَعْلَمُونَ. What are the details of riba? Alhamdulillah, we know that many things of riba are simple and easy. And there are other aspects of riba which aren't simple. It's not that easy. It's not that cut and dry, black and white. It's no, la, abadan. The ulama of the past, before the centralized banks, before this and that, before this country, before this thing happened in society, they differ on many issues of riba. And there are many things which is an intricate argument on riba. So every issue of riba is not that simple for a student, for a scholar, let alone a what? A layman. So the way out of all of this confusion or difficulty is to ask the scholar that you what? That's going to give you the most convenient fatwa? Yeah. The scholar that's going to give you the what? The most convenient. The fatwa that's going to go in accordance with your desires? Why not? What if the scholar that I trust the most is in accordance with what I want? What's the problem? So that's هذا ليس ضابطا. The ضابط is اتباع الهوى, ترخص, searching for your desires. I read this fatwa. I asked the imam of the masjid here in Toronto. He's qualified. He gave me a fatwa. He said it's permissible to have a house on mortgage. I trust him. I respect him. I think he's a scholar of Islam, and I followed him. Not because I wanted to, but that's what that's one thing. So you're going to have to go with the scholar that you trust the most. You're going to go with the scholar that you feel is closest to the piety. Also, there are other principles, such as avoiding it. If you can do without it, don't even deal with it. There are other principles, such as the majority. What do the majority of the scholars say about the Western issue of mortgage? Well, hakada. The layman Muslim is not like the student of knowledge. The student of knowledge is not like the scholar. They're levels. They're what? They're levels. Use your mind and your heart, most importantly, to the best of your what? Ability. Clear on that? So, bidin that ta'ala, the best thing to do is to avoid it. If you don't need mortgage, you don't have to have a house on mortgage, stay away from it. If you don't have to lease this car in this type of haram way, stay away from it. Stay away from it. But the problem comes, and when the people themselves issue fatwas, when the general people say this is haram, and they themselves don't know why, that's when the confusion comes. Or my shaykh said it's haram, so it's dominated over all other mashaykh. That's when the confusion comes and the layman Muslim is scattered. Or when the scholar says something is haram today, and then a political issue or issue of government or state, and they change the fatwa. The layman Muslim is just left stuck. But you can never ever go wrong if you have sincerity, and if you're trying to take the fatwa of the alim that you trust the most, and that you what? Respect the most. You clear on that or not? So, bidna ta'ala, if you want the specifics of the issue, I would advise you to go to the websites of North America that deal with the issue of mortgage, in which these people, they talk about the Islamic aspect, the worldly aspect, when it is, when it isn't. Is it a necessity to have a house in Canada and the United States? Is this even considered riba? Is this act even riba? Is that the riba that Allah said? There's details. There are what? There are details, inshallah ta'ala. So if you don't have access to those sites, then inshallah I'll send some of them to you, and you can read, and you'll take that which you feel is the closest thing to piety with regards to having or participating in mortgage and in credit cards in North America. Clear, inshallah? I think that's the best way of answering your question. Instead of me saying, yes, I think, no, I think. Inshallah? Allah knows best. Fadl. Type question says, there's a hadith in Sunnah Abi Dawood that says that Allah despises the one who goes extreme when speaking eloquently. I don't understand. There are many hadiths of the Prophet ﷺ. Some are clearly authentic, others aren't so authentic, and some are clearly weak, with regards to the dispraise of certain types of eloquence, certain types of kalam. Inna min al-bayani la-sihra. Certain types of words, certain types of speeches, certain type of speech in which a person says something or says something in a specific way, or most importantly, a person who goes too far and he tries too much to be eloquent. So we have a poet, someone is naturally talented in the skill of what? Poetry. His poetry, inshallah, the content of it is sound, it's powerful, it's beneficial. And that's his natural talent. He prepares, he reviews, he gives what Allah has given him. That's one thing. There's not a person who's supposed to give a 5-minute talk or khutbah or speak about this and he goes extreme, trying to be eloquent when he actually isn't. Trying to sound something that he's actually not. Trying to just spellbind the people. Put a magic spell on them through his words. And which he's not supposed to do it like that. Keep it clear, simple, and easy. Everybody understand this? When the Prophet spoke, did he rhyme sometimes? There were rhymes. There were things that were rhythmic. Naam. There were things in which there's a sajah. The dua. It ended like this, it ended like that. But did the Prophet go extreme? Were his words hard to understand? Was he trying to just put a spell on the people with his words? That's what's meant by this hadith. That's what's meant by this what? This hadith. Of course, you're supposed to be eloquent in your speech. You're supposed to be strong and compelling in your speech. This is from the job of the khatib. You have to have confidence when you talk. You have to talk from your heart. You have to shake the people up. You can't get up there and you're weak and humble. No. You have to be confident. You have to be sharp in your words, English and Arabic. But it doesn't mean that you try too much. You try too hard. And you look for the pleasure of the people in your speech. That's what's meant by that hadith. And other hadiths that are what? Like that. Wallahu alam. Fadl Adam.
There's another hadith which is reported by Al-Tabari. It was narrated by Abu Huraira that the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam said from the signs of the hour is that knowledge will be taken from the small ones. Is this referred to the same thing as the other hadiths with scholars and things like that?
Right. Question says, with regards to the hadith that says from the signs of the hour is that knowledge will be taken from the small ones. What's meant by this? The other hadith with regards to the scholars, etc. The ulama of Islam, they have two main interpretations of these types of hadiths. Whether it's this hadith, regardless whether it's authentic or not, these types of hadiths, the athar, and which is clearly reported back to the Sahaba, with regards to al-asaghir wal-akabir. Two main interpretations. The first is a literal interpretation, age. And the second interpretation is qualification. So age, obviously, we have two scholars in Abu Huraira Center, two of them. Tayyib is me, unfortunately, not saying I'm a scholar, this is just an example, and I'm saying I'm young. And then we have Mathalan Shaykh Hassan. Shaykh Hassan, no matter how much hinna he uses, he has what? Yeah, Allahu Alam Shaykh. He has some gray hair in his beard, right? He's clearly what? Older than me. Our qualifications are equal, or if not, similar. Let alone if he knows more than me. Who should you study with first? Hypothetically, you should study with what? Shaykh Hassan. Because regardless of knowledge, he has more experience. And also from the Islamic principles is to respect your elders. Listen carefully, guys. Respect your elders. And Islam doesn't necessarily say respect old people. There's a difference between an elder and an old person. Everybody understand this? An elder is someone who has age and he guides and leads. And an old person is someone who stands in the way for guidance and leadership and change. Huge difference between the two. Someone who's old, he's old, outdated, expired, stale. And he stands in the way of progression. An elder is someone who welcomes the youth, as we said in the khutbah on Friday. He sees Ibn Abbas and he says, come close, Ibn Abbas, learn from me. And he pushes the development of youth. There's a difference here. So, someone who's older, he's studying before I was born. He was teaching before I was born. He has better experience. So we say hypothetically it's best to start off studying with what? Him, and not studying with what? With me. But we say that's only hypothetically. Because there may be an instance which his knowledge is beyond your reach. He doesn't teach beginners. He's been teaching beginners 30 years ago. So there's detail in every single issue. Clear on that? And there's nothing that's more harmful than absolute thinking of the people today. Especially in the Dawah scene. They have this absolute one or the other. And the ignoramus is always against detail. The jahil is always yakrah tafsil. And he always wishes the people to be away from detail. Because without detail, you can control people. You can be absolute. The second interpretation of the hadith is صغير يعني في القدر في العلم. Is that someone is small or young in knowledge. Someone could be old with a full gray beard, and he can be an absolute fool. He can be a total fool. He can be totally ignorant. And there can be someone who's young, who's what? Allah has blessed, is qualified. Sufyan al-Thawri, rahimahullah. They said that he had a majlis of fatwa, and he didn't have any lines on his face. He didn't have no wrinkles on his face. You don't think there were other people that were older than him that were teaching? But he was the what? He was the most talented. He was the most hardworking. He was the one that Allah had blessed. So what's meant here is taken from someone that's low, meaning in value. Low in estimation. Their knowledge is limited. They're foolish. They're reckless. And it could be a young man or a young woman who Allah has what? Put a good head on the shoulder. That's strong in ilm despite their young age. هذا هو المقصود الصحيح. This is the proper meaning of this hadith. And there's no contradiction between either of the two interpretations if you really think about it. What's important is age is not necessarily by itself a determining factor of knowledge or ignorance. Abadan. There are old people that are ignorant and young people that are what? Knowledgeable. If you have someone who's old and knowledgeable and wise and experienced, taban. Of course, his days are limited. You want to get his knowledge before he goes. There's no question about that. And Allah knows best. Fadl.
They refuse to learn. So what happens if we're living in that state? The seniors refuse to learn, and the young ones.
It's just like we mentioned. And before we go further, we have to understand two things. Number one is the Prophet ﷺ speech, as we just explained to you. There's a science of interpreting that speech and understanding when the Prophet said something in this hadith and he said something in another hadith. The kalam al-Rasul, there's nasikh and mansukh. There's am and khas, mujmal, mubayyan. There are restrictions. There's details in Muhammad's speech, let alone the speech of Umar ibn Khattab or Abu Bakr as-Siddiq or Shaykh Fulan and Fulan Fulan. So that's Muhammad's speech in which there are details. Then there's even going to be more details in the speech of someone whose speech is not a hujjah, a legal proof in the deen. That's over then. Secondly is theory versus practice. Never get stuck on theory and ignore practice. Umar ibn Khattab, he's quoted to have said this. Is Umar's statement absolute hujjah? Is it the word of the Prophet ﷺ? No. That's the theory of one athar. But what did Umar's practice teach us and show us? Who were the Majlis al-Shura? Who were the people that were with Umar in his circle? Who would he go back to and ask for advice and guidance? He would ask the who? Not what Sahabas? No. The Hufaz of the Qur'an. The young companions that had memorized, that had studied, that were mentally sharp and fresh. So Umar radiallahu anhu himself, he knew the value of certain young people. Clear on this or not? When we have these different athar, don't take from someone who's young, don't take from someone like that, that's the theory. Those statements are not words of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. They're not statements of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So the legal authority automatically is compromised. For argument's sake, those words are open to what? Interpretation and understanding, just like the Prophet's words are. Last but not least is the practice. The people that say don't give a fatwa, don't answer a question because Imam Ahmed said this. Hassan al-Basri said that. This companion said, I would run from the fatwa. I would hide. I would do this. I would wish, يَوَدُّ أَحْدُهُمْ لَوْ أَنَّ أَخَاهُ كَفَاهُ. They mention these narrations. But the trick of the shaitan is that if these people didn't mention anything and didn't teach and didn't explain and didn't have the majlis, how would you even know about them today? How would you know about Hassan al-Basri if Hassan al-Basri himself didn't? Imam Ahmed, if he was afraid of shuhra, afraid of fame, so therefore don't give a class. This is what happens. Don't give a class. No, don't give a class. Or don't have a camera in a class. You can't have a video. No. That's fame. Brothers are watching you. Sisters are watching you. People are watching you. La. Imam Ahmed said, I fear shuhra. Imam Ahmed, he wrote a book compiled of how many hadiths? 40,000. That we're talking about in 2018. Is that not an issue of shuhra or not? Yes or no? Did he not become famous through that book? So there's theory versus practice. And you never ever get stuck on a general statement and ignore the specific practice. And the Salaf al-Salih, those of them who were old, and he had from them those who were what? Extremely young. And they were the heads of the ilm, like Ibn Abbas. When the Prophet ﷺ died, Ibn Abbas was barely in puberty. Ibn Abbas narrated over 1,000 hadith. Do you know how many hadith he heard from the Prophet directly? Less than how much? Do you know how many? Ibn Abbas narrated over 1,000 hadiths. The hadith that he heard from the Prophet directly, very small number. And when he became, and he was young. So there's theory and then there's what? Practice. And this is very harmful to the da'wah today. It's absolute thinking. It's black and white. No, there's gray. There's detail. There's every statement that you bring of Imam Ahmed, warning from this, I can bring you a statement of Imam Ahmed in which he himself what? Answered the question. Told the people. Traveled. وَهَكَذَا. So beware of this way of thinking, huh? This rigid, absolute way of thinking. And Allah knows best. Alhamdulillah, inshallah, we'll stop here. I don't think there are any other questions. Jazakumullah khairan. هذا وصلى الله وسلم وبارك على عبده ورسوله نبينا وإمامنا Muhammad. Thank you all very much for your time, for your attention, and for your respect, and most importantly, for your participation. Inshallah ta'ala, I hope to see you soon by Allah Azza wa Jall's permission. Naam. Question?